राजाधिराजाय प्रशक्यशालिने नमो वयं वै श्रवणाय कुर्महे श्यामे कामाय मह्यं कामेश्वरो वै श्रवणो ददातु कुबेराय वै श्रवणाय महाराजाय नमः
சனடி போற்றி சிவன் சேவடி போற்றி நேயத்தே நின்றறிமலனடி போற்றி ஆயப்பிறப்பருக்கும் மன்னனடி போற்றி சீரார் பெரும் துறையினம் தேவனடி போற்றி ஆராத இன்பம் அருளும் மலை போற்றி ஈசனே சிந்தை கவர நேசனே நீ வருவாய் பூவோடு கனிகளை கொண்டு உன்னை பூஜித்தோம் அருள் தருவாய் கலி என்னும் கடலினில் மூழ்கிட்டையும் இனி கரம் தந்து காத்திட்டு கருணை பொய்கையில் அலர்ந்திட்ட அளவற்கும் போல உன் திருவடியில் வாழ்ந்திட நித்தனின் வாராய் அருணாச்சலனே நீ வாராய் அகண்ட ஜோதியனே வாராய் அல்லல் நீக்கிடவே வாராய் அகிலம் போற்றுகின்ற ஈசனே சிந்தை கவர்ந்த நேசனே நீ வருவாய் பூவோடு கனிகளை கொண்டு பூஜித்தோம் அருள் தருவாய் சூலமும் மெய்யினில் வில்வமும் நிறையா கடல் நீர் குடியோடு தரிசனம் அருளவா செம்பொன் மாட சிற்றவை தனிலே சிந்தை கவர்ந்த உன்னை சிக்கன பிடித்தேனே வந்தும் புகழ் பெறும் நான் வரை நாயகா மதியில் நிறைந்திடுவாய் மதி உணராதவர்க்கு மதி உணர் செய்திட வான்மழு நீ ஏந்திவா அறவாடிட சூழ்ந்திட சேர நீ வருவாய் அகம் உணர்ந்திட புறம் மகிழ்ந்திட புலித்தோலோடு நீ வருவாய் विमुक्ति कारणे नादिकेश दिव्य ब्रह्मरूपने मीनाक्षि शक्ति सहित सुंदरेशने अण्णामलै उदित नित्यानंदने चित्त अचित्तெல்லாம் முன்னாலே இயக்கும் முன்னாலே உந்தன் கண்ணாலே சிகையில் அணிந்திட்ட மதியாலே மதியின் மொழியாலே தெளிந்திடும் வழியாலே ஜீவன் முக்தி பெற விழைந்தோமே திருப்படியை தொழுதோமே வேள்வியாகினாய் கேள்வியாகினாய் கேள்வி காண பதிலுமாகினாய் ஊழியாகினாய் உலகுமாகினாய் அதுமாகி அருள்படை தரு கர்ம விதைகள் தீர்க்கும் காசிநாதனே எங்கள் கர்மம் போக்கி எவ்வையாலும் நேசனே ஏகாந்தமாக ஏக பாதம் தூக்கியே மதியாரை காக்க வேண்டும் நித்யானந்தனே ஈசனே சிந்தை கவர வந்த நேசனே நீ வருவாய்
Nithyanandam to all the participants. Nithyanandam to all of you. We will, with that beautiful energy darshan, all of us just witness. Let us now get back to the Nithyananda Yoga. I request all participants now to take few minutes. You can go change your clothes, get yourself ready with the yoga mats, and change to yoga clothes. We'll be now resuming back the Dvitivinyasa Yoga. Yes. So let us now resume. The next asana of the Dvitivinyasa Krama is Kaneri Pavasana. So now request all participants now first bring the feet together in front of you. Keep toes together, heels apart. Place elbows on the heels and rest the chin on the palms, gaze the nose, engage in the Dhyana Bandha. As you visualize yourself as a female elephant drinking water. Kaneri Pavasana. गावाली प्रवास नो कहे जैसे याहू में जाने विरते से दो गुलप माहिर जानो एद्या बची कहू नीतानो. Next asana, Swarasana. Sit with knees raised, arms meeting the thighs and the calves. Inflate the fingers, feet, lift the feet off from the mat, gaze the nose. Parasana. Yoga Pradika do karki angrijoy vatasham aane lagave so. The next asana is Gopi Chandasana. Now interlace the fingers surrounding the feet with soles together, toes groove from the throat, heels touching the chest, chin on the hands, gaze at the nose. Visualize embodying the state and space of a king. Gopi Chandasana. Purava Vidipaga Kanguta Takuruparashe. The next asana is Udarasana. Now, sit with soles of the feet together, inside the hands underneath the legs, holding the feet with interlocked fingers. Bring the feet up to the chest, bring the head down, touch the chin to the soles, and gaze at the nose. Dohu Pagatre Samtitane Ubhastiki Urdhitane. Next asana is Vishishtasana. Now sit the feet together, arms under the legs, raised up to the face. Fingers interlock, palms to the forehead. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Vishishtasana. दो पगते जोरी समत करे हाथ दो पग बिच आनी ताले. The next task is Bhujasana. Now from sit position, both legs over top of the respective shoulders. Bring the arms underneath the legs and up. Interlacing fingers around the back of the neck. Visualize yourself as a cobra. Sirasanam tu vikyam, kakshasana taparam, grivasanam cha parvam, bhujasana vihochite. The next asana is Kalyanasana. Now maintain seated posture, raise legs up, bend elbows underneath knees and back. Kalyanasana. दो हाथों का विचाने तिनको गोदा नीचे ताने. Next asana is Sankasana. Now right knee on the mat, face foot flat and face prima on the raised feet. Left raise left over the right and left knee to the right side. Place both the hands respectively on the opposite knees in Vaishnav Mudra. Sankatasana. Vama padam chitar bolam sanyasa dharmi tale. Next asana is Vikasana. Now from Sankatasana, slide left heel to the left hip. Keep the right knee on top of the left. Place both the hands on the right side, on the right knee. Dhenukasana. Anusagi nagara pancham vishrim da galyam ni. Next asana is Machindrasana. Now, place right foot on the left side and left foot on the right knee. Keep the hand behind the back and hold the right side. Place the right hand on the left side, holding gaze at the third eye. Machindrasana. Vamajanga Pradachetane, Vamahasti Pishtirishane. Next start is Machindrasana 2. Every Machindrasana, untwist hold on the knees. Machindrasana. Pratama Jimano Chano Joy, Vamajanga Prira Kesoyi. The next task is Guru Asana. The maintain the feet in same position instead of fingers place them on top of the knee. Guru Asana. Urmulpadasya Kanishkapadesha Gulpan Mustapide Vajanitirpade Pashni. Let's now repeat the Sankatasana sequence on the other side. Sankatasana. Visualize yourself as a swan. Vamapadam Chiter Moolam Sadhyasadhar Netale. The next asana, Dhyanatasana. Visualize a cow in your inner space. Anasagi Nagara Pancham Visham Nagalyam Ni. Next asana is Pachindrasana. Twist the body, gaze at the third eye. Vamajanga Paridachitane, Vamahastane. Next asana is Pachindrasana 2. Continue to stretch the feet on the fingers and Swamiji in your inner space. Pratama Jimano Chiryo Joy, Vamajanga Prira Kisoyi. Guru Asana repeat it on the other side. Get the fingers and place them on top of the knees. Urmolipādasya Kanishka Pradesha Gulpan Kristapade Vajanitirpada Pashni. The next asana is Parshvasana. Now see the feet flat on the ground, knees against your chest, holding the opposite knees. Thighs together, keep the spine straight, hold, press the tongue against the roof of the mouth and keep the mudra. Gaze at the third eye. Padale Bhuvanadaya Janurasinidaya Viparita Hastabhyam. The next asana is Godeshokasana. Now from a seated position, feet seven. Place the chin on the knees, gaze at the nose. Godeshokasana. Dobu Pagadi Bhupadere Koramaili. The next asana is Purukasana. Now from seated position, keep feet flat in the mat, place the arms under the knees, two opposite elbows. दो हाथ बगबार लियावे गोदा नीचे ले तहरावे. Next asana is Sumati asana. Now from same hold beneath the knees, bring the right foot over the left knee, crosses and toes pointed up. Gaze at the nasal. Moladhari dhari paritani dava bag paritachpada ane. The next asana is Dandasana. Fix the feet up straight, arms straight above the head. Instead of fingers pointed outwards, engage from Vipanta, gaze at the nose. Dandasana. Idanim Garbhinam Yogabhyasa Yutalabhu. The next asana is Paramashivoham. Now hold up your toes. Forward and down, hip release. Inhale through left nostril, exhale through right. Arambhasta. दो पग मिलवा पसारी पग का अंगूठा पग ढीला तो कोर लगावे. Next asana is Vidokasana. The fifth step is knees slightly up. One hand is in between the knees. Then the shoulder comes back the hands on the leg. Soles of the feet gaze at the third eye. Vidokasana. प्रथम भेष दो पसारी कचिका ऊर्ध को कुर्दोधारी. The next asana is Jalandhari Pavasana. Nose on the heels. Insert the hands below the neck, elbows on the cross along the fingers. Hands facing upwards, gaze at the nose. दो एडी मिलके दी जहाद पसारी पुनि चुपका नासिका तादी को ऊपर धारी. Let's now repeat Urdhva Pratyahara. Now sit next to both the legs out. Lift one foot behind the neck. Lean forward the thumb as a Transcend. Let's start with Anandasana. Lay on the back, lift the right leg behind the leg. Left hand holds the foot from the top to the body. Concentrate on the prana moving from the Muladhara. Gaze at the nose. Uttan Shine. Elbows and the hand pulling foot. Concentrate on the Satsang Kumakan. Gaze at the nose. Uttan Shine. Let's start with Drishasana. Lay down on the back, bring the knees. Insert the tight the arms, roll your left finger up. Drishasana. Uttan Sharam Sani Hridayavastama Chandra Ganga Saiduri. The sir is older on the right. Put one foot back behind the neck, lean forward in Paschimottanasana. First we dance and Kirta is comparing Griva and Drupna Kishte. The next asana is Anantasana. Lay on the back. Lift the right leg behind the neck, left hand going the foot from the ground. Straighten the body. Uttan Shiny take comparing Griva and yes, the next asana is Anantasana. Visualize how is in your inner space. Uttan Shiny take comparing Griva and Purvanne. The next starts as Yoga Nidasana. The layer is up, legs one by one up behind the neck. Hold the hands behind the back, gaze at the toe. Yoga Nidrasana. Pada Vyamvishya Kantham Hastapyam Prishthabandhanam. The next asana is Atmaramasana. Now while lying on the back, raise the legs towards the head. Back the hands around the legs. The fingers behind the neck, gaze at the nose. Atmaramasana. Prathama Sura Sovi Paguche Agane Ane Do Pagabicha Hatakari. The next asana is Kochikasana. The layer is back knees with the soles facing upwards. Exit arms sideways, gaze at the third eye. Kochikasana. दो हाथ जैसा करे तिरसोबे से पा करे. The next asana, Jatra Pravritti 1, 2, and 3. This is sequential asana. Naricus on pulses, lay on the back, knees to the chest, arms reach to the side at the shoulder level. In Jatra Pravritti 1, one knee bent, twist and bring to the ground on the opposite side. Keep the other leg extended straight. In Jatra Pravritti 2, keep both the legs bent to one side. In Jatra Pravritti 3, keep both legs straight to one side, head looks in the opposite direction of the legs. Parividyakukshiභාගේ ධृතාහි परिकीर्तितः. Let's repeat Jata Pravritti Asana 1, 2, and 3. The sequential asana on the other side. Jata Pravritti Asana. Parividyakukshiභාගේ ධृතාහि परिकीर्तितः. Next asana is Viparipidam. Now lay on the back, bend the knees and place feet flat on the ground. Pull the ankles, lift the hips up, gaze at the nose. Visualize yourself sturdy as a bridge. Viparipidam. Pratikryatan Vandapita Sarvabalappradam. Next asana is Paryankasana. Now, lay on the back, place your feet flat on the mat. Bring the arms over the head, place the hands flat on the mat with fingers pointing towards the feet. Lift the entire body off from the mat. Visualize yourself sturdy as a stone furniture. Next asana is Swadhanasana. Now lay on the back, knees to the chest, hands on the shoulders in Shami Mudra. Move the hips in a circular motion. Swadhanasana. Shavasarim Sanstapya Jani Sammilya Nabo Animya. Yes. The next asana, Viparita Karini. The lights of spine, raise the hips and legs up. Elbows and hands extend on the mat below, helping to balance the body and raise straight. Move your legs around and around. Viparita Karini. Bhutale Shashiro Dattva Kena Yecharanadvayam. The next asana is Viparita Karini. Now repeat the same position from the bones of the legs. The next asana is Langalasana. Now lay on the back, lift the hips, take feet over the head, toes to the floor, hands stretch the ground, hands stretch the ground, faster, lift the neck and shoulders. Langalasana. Griva Kanti Bhumastamba Padadidvayam. The next asana is Chayita Pasmatanasana. Now lay on the back, legs over the head, toes pointed on the ground, thighs to the chest, fold the toes, arms and legs are straight. The next asana is Supta Konasana. Now remain in the same position, spread the toes wide and hold the big toes. Supta Konasana. Parivikti Kukshibhagi Dahi Parkitaha. Next asana is Chakrasana. Now bring the legs over the top of the head, toes on the ground. Hold the ankle, keep the knees straight. Visualize yourself as a Chakrasana. Supta Mudra. Open the legs wide. Uttar Param Panchavadi. Next is Suppanavishtasana. Hold the big toes in the Prana Mudra. Uttar Param Panchavadi. The next is Bhattasana. Now from Suppanavishtasana, move the left into Padmasana. Lay on the back, soft elbows over the head, gaze at the nose. Mukta Padmasana Kirta Uttanashanam Sharirate. The next asana is Parasharamasana. Now lay on the back, Padmasana, place the back to the right hand on top of the neck. Gaze at the nose, near inner space. Pratavakare Padmasana ke Sudo Sove Bhuk Kripache. The next asana is Sarvangasana. You will lie on the back, legs in Padmasana, lift the hips and legs up. Hands supporting the hips, elbows on the floor. In general, gaze at the nose. Sarvangasana. Adha Vaksheta Sankshepa Sarvangasana Uttamam. Next asana is Vishwasana. Lay on the back, place one foot on the opposite thigh. Lift out the knees towards the head. Extend the arms both straight and put the fingers forward, gaze at the third eye. Vrishtikasana. Prathama Saina Sudasi Sakesiki Samdhi Sudakhe. Next asana is Vrishtikasana. The feet is on the side. Visualize your as a scorpion. Prathama Saina Sudhosi Sakesiki Samdhi Sudakhe. The next asana is Vishwakarikasana. Lay on the back and place the fingers around the neck. Now lift both legs off the ground, extending one leg straight and other knee to the chest. Alternate extending and raising the knee again and again. Vrishabhariksheepasana. Tanam Shainam Kritva Anulambihi Kandara Matva Kurkulitva Nitam Bena. Next passes Marutanasana. Shrotanasan Sikritva Janudam Par Yenakan Yosans Vishet Marutanam Bhavati. Next passes Pasana. Down again and again. Visualize yourself as a wolf. अतः उत्तानशनं कृत्वा पादलाभ्यां दत्तो तिष्ठेत् त्रिकासनं भवति. The next asana is Luthasana. Now lay on the back, quickly throw the legs above the head, complete the roll over, finish in prone position, repeat this again and again. Luthasana. Uttanashanam Padashilanga Bhuma Stapyatva. The next asana is Haratasana. By shoulders. Onto the lips, making a sound like a flute, whistling while inhaling. Haratasana. Nujam Shanam Krita Nabham Bhumanidhaya. The next asana is Dehal Yung Langanasana. Face palm on the mat in plank position. Jump the legs forward and back between the arms. Dehalyung Langhanasana. Hastadvayam bhadra tanvajja chanadvamuda neva bahiniya. Next asana, Jatyasana. As you stand position, bend forward and place hands on back. Walk front and back. Jatyasana. Atha Jatyasana vakshe yena jatismaro bhavet. Next asana, Sarpasana. Now stand erect. We will now entering to new karana, which is the Lolitika Karanam. Yes. We will now entering to new karanam, which is the Lolitika Karanam. Yes, I complete all the participants. We um, for the interruption during the yoga, we'll be resuming back the yoga now. Yes. We will be entering for the first karana, which is the lowly tika karanam. Now stand with knees bent, feet pointing outwards. Bend the elbows, keep the hands at the chest level. Now shiftly move the arms across the body, then bring it back to the center. Tilt the head back, open the chest up towards the sky, move the head in all directions. Lowly tika karanam. Next step. Now stand there, arms and sides, hands basically upwards around the body. That pattern. At the Satsang with Vanukana Kemala. Next asana is Ushta Sadhanasana. I was standing, short use on the mat and standing the feet on the table, walk like a camel. At the Mushti Kanishika Pradesh, Bhuman Dayaprapad remain in same position to walk like a horse. As a visual, he also like a horse. Mushti Kanishika Pradesh, Bhuman Dayaprapad The next stanza is Kapodana Katasana. Now stand straight with feet together, interlace the fingers behind the back, and pull them down towards the calves. Open up your chest. Padre Bhuvanadaya Pisapag Paryantam Nitya. We will entering into next karana, which is the Tala Pushpatam karana. Now stand firm with palms together, Namaskar Mudra. Gently bend the knees and slide, keep toes pointing outwards. Simultaneously open up the palm, base one heel off the ground, slightly lowering the waist and shoulders of the respective heel. Vishal is offering a bouquet of flowers to Paramashiva. Next asana is Khadgasana. Now lay on the stomach, jump the feet up towards the hands and stand. Bring palms to bring the palms to the palm of the rhinoceros. Khadgasana. Nujya Saitamasman Krittapadilubhyu. Next asana is Uttanotanam. Sit all the way low as stand and do like this again and again. Uttanotanam. पुनः पुनः तव्यम असि तत्वम इति उत्तनोत्तरम भवति. The next asana is Musalasana. The stand up straight, raise the arms over the head, jump immediately. As you visualize yourself as an eight. Salam Sitta Udam Baham Nayat Varam Varmadam Kritra Nayet. The next asana is Uchirshaka. There was standing position, pull the sole of the back foot to the belly. With the other leg, sit back and alternate in both sides. The next karana is partial Janu karana. The standing keep one leg slightly bent with toes pointing to the side. Bend the left opposite knee persistence, pointing the toes downward. Keep arm holding knee with the hand pointing outward and close in perfect. Let the opposite hand hang down on top of the thigh, wrist to finger pointing towards the center of the body in partial Janu karana. The next asana is Tandavasana. Turn one leg close towards the mat and stand straight with the body. Lift head to the opposite side. Tandavasana. एके पारसतव्यं तानिवासनं भवति. Next asana is Brahmanasana. Now place left foot on the right in the thigh and stand erect on the mat with crossed hands by the sides in Sambhi Mudra. Brahmanasana में Brahmano bhavet. Next asana is Garudasana 3. Stand tall, back the left leg over and out on the right knee. Tuck the left toes on the this side of the right calf. Simultaneously put the left arm below the right and begin once again Namaskar Mudra. Garudasana. Uttar Pite says same here. The next asana is Ekapadasana. Stand straight on the right leg, left foot on the opposite thighs, hands relaxed by the knees. Ekapadasana. Dakshagram Vamparasya Jhangopari Dhayacha. Next asana is Dhruvasana. Now stand your right leg, hold the big toes of the left foot and straighten out to your side. Rotate your body quickly on the standing leg. Then Dhruvasana. Ekira Hase Andarupas Ekasi Padasim Dhrutva. Next asana is Dhruvasana. Now stand your right leg, lift left foot behind the back and stand for alternate just sitting and standing. Vikramasana. Grivayam Param Pastatavyan Tavyan Tavyan Vikramasana Bhavati. Let's repeat the Pashujana Karanam on the other side. Tandavasana. Repeating on the other side. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Parmeshwar. Eke Padesa Davyam Tandavasana Bhavati. Next asana Brahmanasana. Visualize being blessed by Lord Brahma. Brahmanasana Vakshya Krutva Brahmano Bhavet. The next asana is Garudasana. Visualize Lord Garuda in your inner space. Uttar Next asana is Ekapadasana. Daksha Gramapadasya Jhangopari Dhayacha. Next Ekirahasandharupas Ekasiparisam Ritva. Next asana Trivikramasana. Visualize Mahavishnu blessing you from within. Grivayam Palasan Stapya Start with Samanakarna. Stand your feet close together, toes point slightly out. Keep both the hands to the sides of the body. Relax yourself completely. The next asana is Gorak. Stand erect and bend forward. Bring both hands beneath the knees. Take a finger now. Sit in squatting position. Similar to navel. Gorak Abhyasa. वामपरकी प्रथम ही उबो होय बहुरी नीचे पुनी हो गई. Next asana is Raise your hands against the ground and hands around behind. Squat all the way down. Hold the hands behind. Keep the chest upright. Next asana is Bhairava. So bring the feet together. Sit in squatting posture. Hands holding at the back. Sit upright. Gaze at the navel. Bhairavasana. दो पगा की ताली की माहिली कोर मिलावे पना पाएंगे वादुवे से. Next asana. Squat all the way down to the ground. Keep feet together, toes apart. Bring your elbows up close to the head, palms joined over the back, facing downwards. Namaskar. Gaze at the nose. Parahasana. Pagatili ki mahali koru milave panapani dobhai se. The next asana is Vipratasana. The heels touching, bring your hips to the same level as your knees. Let the hand hang for fingertips touching the mat in front of you. Vipratasana. Atta Uttasana Nani Pashnina Sammilat Tamam Janu Pradesh Anniya. Next asana is Bhakasana. Place the hands and mat the fingers wide. Place your knees on the back of the arms, eyes fallen down, lift yourself from the mat. Bhakasana. Hastabhya Manishtabhya Janudyannabu Sammirya Jango Runi. The next asana is Shushtanga Kapalayasana. Kneel down, hit on the ground. Palms spread for support. Raise the body into your head. Legs into Asana. Asana Kogre Kapalaya Hoyi. Relax yourself in Uttasana. Knees toes flat. Touching the opposite feet. Sit down between the feet. Let the heels come out. Hands on the knees. Sit straight. Gaze at the nose. Guptasana. Jana Vartre Pada Kritva Pada Gopayete. Next asana is Vrikshasana 2. Hands on the ground. Fingers wide. Lift body up straight. Visualize yourself. A deep root seats into the ground. Sapta Chakrakshanaya Vrikshasana Sheshikane. Next asana is Shibhuasana. Remain still position. 60 gaze at the third eye. दो पग जोड़ी माही गुलपमिला उभर होया. Next asana Matsya Statue. From Matsya, jump the legs back onto the hands and feet. Once per chest, body spreads, body off the mat. Push the body up and down again and again as you're doing a push-ups. Nijjam Shalam Kurpa Pashabhaga Mudya Kritya Salabhyam. Lie prone on the belly, hands by the hips. Extend the legs gently, point the toes, lift the chest to left and right like a snake. Sarpasana. Nidjam Sharam Krita Hasta Nitam Sanstapya. Next asana Niralambanasana. Lie prone on the belly, hands in Padma, holding the chin, legs straight, toes pointed together. Niralambanasana. Karabhyam Pankajam Kritva Tishte Kurvaya Shrihi. The next asana is Chakrasana. Lie on the stomach, place hands flat on the mat in front of you. Straighten the arms and bend the knees. Bring the feet towards the upper back. Lift the chest and the head. Chakrasana. Adhyasana Niya Chakrasana Bhavati. Relax yourself down to Vajrasana. Sit on your knees with top of the feet flat on the mat. Take a butt onto the heels. Stretch the arms in front of you, palms facing down. Place forehead on the mat. Vajrasana. Idaning Garbhinam Yogabhyaso Yata Laghu. The next asana is Nishasana. Now from Gajasana, alternate striking the ground with your hands. Gajasana से तो एक एकदम बहु Bahudasana from Gajasana, lift the legs into the ass, slowly bring it forward to the ground. Ajasana. Gajasana से तो पाद तुम मंत्र कृत्य मस्किल भूस क्षेत्र Ajasana bhakti. Interlace the fingers around the toes. First pull the feet towards the perineum, then place the hands in respect to knees, spine straight, gaze at the nose. Anantarasana. Purabhadivihadiki Kakasisya Parashara Modi. The next asana is Angamottanam. Place the fingers in front of you and behind you. Step the arms forward with sides backwards. Giving massage to the and muscles. Hastyangli Bhaddhasyamadya Sarva Mishka Sahitya Tishtet Angamottanam. The next asana Garudasana 4. Now sit with heels in Vajrasana, feet turn out to the side, thigh and knees rest on the ground, spine straight, hands on the knees. Jango Rubhyantaram Pitya Sita Yogi Januna. Next asana is Ananda Mandirasana. Now sit with legs folded back, knees wide open, front of the buttocks on the ground, gaze at the third line. Adha Vakshevi Ranatha Ananda Mandirasanam. Next asana is Mandukasana. Knees wide, sit on the ankles, hands under the knees, gaze at the nose. Visualize yourself as a frog. Krishna Sampiri Gulpabhyam Janvage Savalyakೃತಿhi. Next asana Narasimhasana. Keep the toes and hands on the heels. Place the palms on the ground, spread the fingers wide, thumbs touching. Narasimhasana. Do Panapani Hoy Vese, Edi Mela Goda Nivese. The next asana is Vishwasana. The sit on toes and place cream on the heels. Separate the knees sideways. Place the palms on the ground. Make a hole of palms and place on the mouth. Keep the thumbs under the teeth. Close the lips, gaze the nose. Krishnakasana. Do Paganki Edi Joyi Godam Param Vanam Puri Hoyi. Next asana is Makadasana. Now so cigarette top of the feet on the ground. Sit on the heels and bend the elbows. Bring the fingers to the armpits. Imitate as of monkey is practice. Gaze at the third eye. Makadasana. Dovu Pagati Samtane Tiriki Pishti Bhu Paridhane. The next asana is Vajrasangarasana. Stand on the toes, soles of the feet together. Lift, sit on the heels, knees wide and off on the floor. Hold the elbows behind the back, gaze at the nose. Pratama Panapani Hoy Vesi, Dovu Iri Guda Nivese. The next asana is Kanjanasana. Keep toes down, ankles crossed behind, sit on the heels, place the palms on the mat to the side. Kanjanasana. Kanjanasana Vakshi Ekritva Sustiro Bhavet. The next asana is Kurmasana. Sit toes slack, cross the feet and face cream on the back of the heels. Keep the knees wide on the floor. Rest the hands on the knees. Gulpo Chivrisin Sayada Yukravina Samahitau. The next asana is Yogasana. Now with toes flat, cross the feet, face cream on the back of the heels, gaze at the nose. Gudam Niyamya Gulpabhyam Yukravina Samahitaha. The next asana is Vijogasana. Now stand on your knees. Cross the ankles behind, feet near the opposite knees. Hold the calves with the fingers inside and thumbs outside, gaze at the third eye. Vijogasana. Godaman ube hoyu godada rake doyi. Next asana, hands. Keep the arms straight. Push the hips forward, tilt the head back. Ushtrasana 2. Meru Dandagridi Dal Samifa Rifuman. Next asana, Jatyasana 2. The heels together, hands on the soles of the feet. Slowly lean back. Bring the elbows down to the mat. Face back of the head on the mat. Gaze at the nasal. दो एरी शब्द करे सोले मूलद्वारी तरी धेरे. The next asana is Viritasana. Now sit your knees with thighs and calves together. Lean back and touch your back to the ground, then rise up. Use supportive hands if needed. Two like this again and again. Viritasana. Janga apni bhuva nidhaya jango dhriya uni sasta viprishti vamsam. The next asana is Kapotasana. So Viritasana, raise the hips higher. Bring forearms on the mat. Hold the back of the heels. Bring the head in between the feet. Kapotasana. Meru Dandagridi Dhyana Samipa Rifuman. The next asana is Varahasana. Now stand upright on the knees with toes tucked. Hold the arms with opposite hands, gaze at the nose. Varasana. Jano bhumo samstapya hastabhyam bahu parasparam. Next asana is Varahasana. Now keep the knees together, toes tucked. Lean forward and bring the elbows to the mat. Hands holding the head. Press the head and the hands and heels on the butt. Varasana. Surya Chandram Veda Nani Astani Kachyante. Next asana is Mundasana. Kneel down, place crown of the head on the mat, between interlaced fingers, elbows on the mat, shoulders width apart, lift the knees up, hips high, raise the body upside down. Visualize yourself as a lob tree. Mundasana. Adho Mundasana Vakshi Sarvesham Pranam Sukam. Next asana is Andhasana. Kneel down. Kneel down, head between the knees, elbows adjacent to the knees, hands holding the head, exhale through the mouth. Andhasana. Pratama Pakatri Samatharave, Korumahuli Ube Milave. The next asana is Viparita Chalabhasana. Lay on the belly, arms extended straight out. Lift the thighs, arms, and chest off the ground. Viparita Chalabhasana. Chalabhasana be just another be in the Namake. Next asana is Kapalasana. Lay on the belly, arms to the sides, palms. Keep Kapalam Bhunadaya, Utabadam Nagi, Kapalasana Bhavati. The next asana is Akasha Kapotasana. Lay on the stomach, hands by the side. Lift the legs up over the head. Slowly place the feet on the mat in front of the head. Keep the palms flat on the mat behind you. Akasha Kapotasana. Ushtrasana Sitra Chana Bhuvamur Tapya Masiko Pari. Next asana is Chatakasana. Sit on the knees, bring the chest down so navel touches the knees. Keep the hands flat on the mat, forearms on the ground, be sturdy. Purpara Pariyanta Hasto Dharamastapya Januni. Next asana is Vrishchikasana 2. Heel down, hands and elbows on the mat. Raise the legs, bend back to touch the feet on the head. Lift the chin and hold. Dristiva Pucha Parimagripa, Niditva Shirich, Bukam Vidayako. The next asana is Vrishasana. Place perineum down on the right heel. Keep the left foot outside of the hips. Ankle to the side. Place hands on the mat, resembling a bull. Vrishasana. Yame Gulpepa Ramole Vamabhage Patetaram. The next asana is Lolasana. Now from kneeling position, place hands flat on the mat in front. Lift the knees up from the ground. Cross the toes of the left feet over top of the right, balance above the mat. Lolasana. Lolasana is the Kuryat Vayu Lola Pag. Let's now repeat Vrishasana on the other side. Visualize your bull. Yame Gulpepa Ramole Vamabhage Patetaram. The next asana is Balagunasana. Place left toes on the ground, sit on the heels of the left foot. Place right foot flat on the ground with knees raised towards the chest. Palms on respecting knees, maintain upright position. Balagunasana. Asana Jalabika Rajayi. Next asana is Grahasana. Squat your feet flat on the mat. Bring the elbows under the thighs. Wrap the hands around the shin. Hold onto your ankles from the outside. Yum. The next asana is, let's repeat. Baluganasana on this side. Asana Gaugana Jalabika Rajayi. Next asana is Uttanasana. Squat and toes with heels up from the mat. Face cream on the heels, hands at the knees. Keep the spine upright. Utkatasana. Vijosti yata Utajana yatrasane padilo pari. Next asana is Bhajasangarasana 2. Sit on the toes with perineum on the heels. Hold together. Keep the knees wide and off from the ground. Holding the opposite elbows behind the back. Pratima Panapani hoy jaise do iti guna nivese. Next asana is Anilasana. Squat with feet hip width apart. Hands under the soles of the feet from inside, palms down. Arms straight, elbows together at the navel, gaze at the nose. Anilasana. Do had bhuma paritani kahuni jari na balaga ane. The next asana is Padipasana. Place back of the hands on the mat with fingers facing towards the body. Step feet on top of the hands wrapped around the feet like a shoe, and walk on around. Hastadyo Padile Krita Tishtete Padikasanam Bhavati. The next asana is Pukulonana. Place palms on the mat, raise both the feet upwards into the air. Let the Padile Bhuma Krita Pali Udam Mudan Krita Bhuma Bati Ita Puria Pukulodanam Bhavati. Next asana is Viprita Nrityasana. Place hands on the mat, raise the legs upwards into a handstand position. Move around with two hands as if you are dancing. हस्तलाभ्यमस्तभ्य ओदं पादकुर्यन् हस्तलाभ्यां कर्तव्यं विपरीत नृत्यं भवति. Next asana is Kunjarasana. Separate the feet and place one palm down on the mat with arms straight. Bring the opposite hand to the head and be stable. Kunjarasana. Kunjarasana Adavakshe Mahadeva Kunjarasana Uttamam. Let's now repeat Kunjarasana on the other side. Adavakshe Mahadeva Kunjarasana Uttamam. Next asana is Kadambasana. Now sit on the ground with feet flat and heels close to the body. Hold the respective ankles. Lift the feet off from the ground. Kadambasana. Pashni Bhyamashtabhya Asanas Pavnamuktasana. Now sit with heels the perineum. Hold the knees with hands and press them towards the chest. Dvayo Zaparya Fani Nata Sastri Tambake. Next asana is Chakorasana. Now sit and lift one leg behind the head. Place the hands on the mat flat and neck the opposite leg up with the knees straight. Lift the entire body from the ground. Keep the chin up. Visualize yours a powerful source of energy. Chakra. Purva Chakorasana. Purva Tumchidis Padipidam Vajrasam Tata. Next asana Dhanurasana 2. Sitting on the ground, hold the left toes with the left hand index and middle finger. Pull the foot to the left ear. Extend your right leg out, keeping it straight. Hold the big toes with the right hand. Visualize yourself as a Padam Gushulpani Pya Ghitvashama Navadhi. Next asana is Ashtavakrasana. Now lift the legs over top of the left shoulder. Bring the right foot across and hook on top of the left foot. Lean forward and down while extending legs out to the left. Lift the head and chest. Find the balance. The next asana is Pranasana. Place right, the raise left leg. Place the hands flat on the ground. Pranasana. Eta prabedam akshami kroti sachamaraha. Next asana is Parshamashchendrasana. Now place the right foot at the root of the left thigh, then the left leg by the side of the right knee. Hold the left leg by the right hand and twist the body and remain slowly. वाम और मूल अर्पित दक्ष बाद और ध्यान और बहिर्वेश दक्ष दोषिना. Just to repeat Chakorasana on the other side. Gaze at the third eye. Purva Trimchidis Paripitam Vajrasam Tata. The next asana is Dhanurasana. Palangushtarupanigram Grhitva Navadi. Next asana is Ashtavakrasana. Visualize yourself as a flying crane. Vashi Sudkondinya Mudukupta Mevacha. Next asana is Pranasana. Repeat it on the set. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Eta Prabhedavakshami Krodya Sachamaraha. Next asana is Pasha Maschendrasana. Visualize the great sage Maschendranatha in your inner space. Mamor Mular Pidakshaba Dojana Bharivesh Dakshudoshina. The next asana is Ardha Paschimottanasana. The key one is straight, press perineum with the other heel. Chest forward and down. Hold your toes with feet. Bring the head towards the knee. Ekam padam prasar, ekam padasya pashnina. The next asana is Praunchasana. Place your left ankle outside of the hip. Hold the sole of the right foot and lift the leg up towards the forehead, keeping a straight gaze at the nose. Visualize yourself as a crane. Vashi Sunikorn Dinya Modukukta Mevacha. Let's now repeat Ardha Paschimottanasana on the side. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Ekam padam prasar, ekam padasya pashnina. Praunchasana repeated on the side as visualize yourself as a crane. Vashi Sunikorn Dinya Modukukta Mevacha. The next asana is Swastikasana. Now sit with soles between the thighs and the calves, spine straight, palms straight on the knees. Visualize embodying peace, well-being, good fortune, prosperity as visualize yourself as a swastika. Jana Vorante Samyak Kritva Padate Ubhe. The next asana, Gorakshasana. To keep the feet in same position, cover the heels with respective hands, tuck the chin to the chest, gaze at the tip of the nose. Gorakshasana. Jana Vorante Pada Vuktanavyakti Samsitao. The next asana is Bhagasana 2. Now, bring the left heel to the perineum, right foot on the left thigh. Close your eyes with the index finger, nose with the middle fingers, ears with the thumb in Shanmukha Mudra. Gaze at the third eye. Vama Parshvasana Stapta Dakshagram Vama Janghane. The next asana is Yogasana 2. Place feet on top of the opposite thighs. Place the hands on the ground, palms facing upwards. Keep the spine straight, gaze at the nose. Yogasana. Uttanocha Pritvat Samstopari Januno. The next asana is Urdhva Kukudasana. Now from Padmasana, place the hands flat on the mat beside the body. Press the hands to the mat, lift the knees up from the ground, balance above the ground. Vashi Sudakon Dinya Mudukukta Mevacha. The next asana is Siddha Harikayasana. Now from Padmasana, insert both the hands to your knees and place them on the mat. Avoid lifting the body, stay seated on the mat, gaze at the nose. Prathama Padmasana ko kare, Hastado Goda Samdidere. The next asana is Hamsasana. From Padmasana, place hands on the mat through the gap of calves and thighs. Lift the thighs up to the shoulder, legs off on the mat, stay over the mat. Bhavati. Next asana is Karmakasana. From Padmasana, place hands between the thighs and the calves while sitting. Reach the hands behind the body in place of fingers in Mudra. Bring the forehead to the floor, gaze at the nose. Prathama Padmasana Asana ko kare Goda Samdi Mahi kari dhere. Next asana is Kurmasana 2. From Padmasana, insert both the hands to your thighs and the calves. Bend the elbows, hold the respective shoulders with the hands. Bhami Janga Pradeshapava, Dahini Janga Paraba Milyava. The next asana, Granthi Pejasana, remain simple. Bend the head down, tuck the chin to the chest, gaze at the nose. Adha Vakshinila Kanta Granthi Pejasana Shubham. The next asana is Uttana Kurmasana. From Padmasana, insert both hands to your thighs and the calves. Lay on the back, bend the elbows, hold the respective shoulders with the hands. Kukudasana Bandhasana Karabhyantata Kandharam. The next asana is Pangu Kukudasana. From Padmasana, place both the hands to the gap of the thighs and the calves. Place one hand flat on the mat and hold its wrist with the other hand. Lift the body up and hold. Kukudasana Chitra Ekin Hastina Anyasya Mani Bandham Dritva. Let's now repeat Pangu Kukudasana on this. Visualize yourself as a rooster. Kukudasana Chitra Ekin Hastina Anyasya Mani Bandham Dritva. The next asana, Giridhrasana. From Padmasana, place elbows on the toes, inside the fingers in Parishmudra. Rest the chin on the knuckles, press the thumb on the throat. Giridhrasana. Jana Varantre Pada Vaktana Vyakti Samsitao. Next asana is Padmasana 3. Now left foot on the right thigh, right foot on the left thigh. Now hold one hand over the other, palms facing upwards. Keep the spine straight, gaze at the nose. Padmasana 3. Uttanachana Vidaya Vidivat Shakti Yogirat. The next asana is Padmasana 4. Remain same position. Place the palms on top of knees. Keep the spine straight, gaze at the nose. Etat Padmasana Kuryat Pranavayu Prasiddhayet. The next asana is Padmasana 2. So from Padmasana, hook the right hand, index and middle finger around the right toe. Lift the elbow as if pulling a bow back. Pull the big toe around. Place the left hand on the opposite knee and keep it straight. Repeat this on the other side. Atanyanasram Vaksha Yoga Purakarakarat. Next asana is Karmakasana 3. Now from Padmasana, cross the arms behind the back to hold the big toes. Inhale through the tongue, straighten like an arrow in Kakuchin. It engage in all three bandhas, space at the nose. Kurmasana Skriti Utrepurya Sukam Tadva Vayurvaso. The next asana is Dridhasana. Maintain Karmakasana 3. Relax all the bandhas at the Mola Bandha. Lift the chest up, gaze at the third eye. Dridhasana. Urubhyam Pristapya Padikvam Prayatanaha. The next asana is Nagrasana. From Padmasana, arms behind the back, going the opposite. Big toes, lay down on the elbows, thighs and back, gaze at the nose. As Johnson axis snake. प्रथम पद्मासन कोमताने दो हाथ बचे आने पादों की किताब पकड़े आनी तोवे कहूलिया कूले पानी. The next asana is Katukasana. Lay the back, bend your knees. Visualize your feet in the whole body into a ball. Kandukasana. Vetrasane Sitra Hastapada Nishkanadya Nage Vishtamansan Bhuman Pati Kandukasanam Bhakati. The next asana is Urdhva Pavanasana. Lay on the back, knees raised together, big toes evenly placed together. Hands interlocked under the head, gaze at the nose. Pratame Sudasena Karave, Godobe Rashmilave, Gulapa Mahila, Angush Dori, Karayakasa, Mera Soyi. The next asana is Bhargava Pitasana. This upper E. Uttan Shinam Padate, Uttan Hasta Pate, Pishtam Bamutra Magate, Marka Petam Bhavati. The next stanza is Uttan Shkipitakasana. Relax the spine, raise the hips up. Support the hips with the hands placed at the waist. Elbows bearing the weight of the body. Chin presses at the throat in Jandra Bandha, gaze at the nose. Jangor Bharani Nasi Uttan Shkipitakam Apramadapur Vita Bhukti Pragya Chendraha. Next stanza is Narakasana. Rise the spine, body is like this up straight. Narakasana. Griva Kanti Bhuma Stamil Baladim Mudra Mayet Markata Pitam Bhavat Narkasanam Bhavati. The next asana is Triyandaukasana. Lie supine, raise the hips and bring the hands to the lower back, keeping the elbows on the mat. Raise the legs up vertically, then lowering an angle and keeping the core engaged. Visualize your board crossing the ocean of samsara. Nauka Sita Udak Vadak Nauka with Triyandaukasana Bhavati. The next asana is Dvajasana. Keep the upper back to the mat, raise the legs up vertically, elbows, shoulders, hands remain on the mat below. Keep the legs vertically and hold. Visualize your Kailasa flag. Respect across all nations all around the world. Dvajasana. Triyandaka Griva Krishnakur Pahi Bhuvanastamaka Kalakshari Paradram Nayet Dvajasanam Bhavati. To relax yourself, the Mritasanam. Nice supine, completely relax yourself. Avoid any movement. Visualize. The supreme point of Hinduism is liberating. Bring awareness to every single body part in yourself. In Shakti Charan Mudra, Mritasanam. Uttanam Shavavat Bhumo Shayanam Tu Shavasanam. Shavasanam Shramaharam Chitta Vishranti Karakam. Relax yourself completely. Continue to speak Mahavakya. Inhale deeply and exhale as deeply as possible and as slowly as possible.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Starting wiggle your toes, Neha.
Nithyananda
And raise yourself to a comfortable seat.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
Congratulations for all the participants. In a short span of time, you have completed the 2 years of summer. Congratulations for all of you. So, we will now ending this session. Sit with cross.
Paramashivoham
So, we are closing the session.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnammadaya Purnamevavashishyate Om Shanti Shanti Shanti
Paramashivoham
Hari Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyanandam
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Boy, girl, blue, pink, hunter, gatherer, gay, straight, bisexual, heterosexual. The deepest identity we carry in today's world is that of gender and its million associations. The very first need is to know yourself, not by the belief of your parents, the judgment of your teachers, the vested interests of your politicians, but as can only be revealed by an enlightened source.
In Hindu tradition, till the age of 21, all of them have been asked to be a brahmachari. Not that everyone will be successful in celibacy, but that is the time they will discover their gender. Gender is not just related to body and physical maturity. It is related to physiology, psychology, and the whole being. Exploring your identity, your gender is 10,000 times more juicy, celebrating than exploring the other body.
If you are feeling deeply good at wow, I am really worthy of what I am. I am really worthy of life. I am really worthy of whatever is happening around me. When you are experiencing the love for yourself, suddenly you will experience that love for the whole. You will see that everybody, everything is worthy of what they are. You feel like blessing everybody and everything.
Who am I starts and ends inside your body. By whom am I starts and ends in cosmos. By whom, by whose will everything came to existence. Seeking the source, you can capture it by developing the subtle grooves in your brain, by evolving complete completion.
Paramashivoham. Experience the ultimate you. Conducted by Avatar for Hinduism, His Divine Holiness Paramahamsa Sri Nithyananda. Boy, girl, blue, pink, hunter, gatherer, gay, straight, bisexual, heterosexual. The deepest identity we carry in today's world is that of gender and its million associations. The very first need is to know yourself, not by the belief of your parents, the judgment of your teachers, the vested interests of your politicians, but as can only be revealed by an enlightened source.
In Hindu tradition, till the age of 21, all of them have been asked to be a brahmachari. Not that everyone will be successful in celibacy, but that is the time they will discover their gender. Gender is not just related to body and physical maturity. It is related to physiology, psychology, and the whole being. Exploring your identity, your gender is 10,000 times more juicy, celebrating than exploring the other body.
If you are feeling deeply good at wow, I am really worthy of what I am. I am really worthy of life. I am really worthy of whatever is happening around me. When you are experiencing the love for yourself, suddenly you will experience that love for the whole. You will see that everybody, everything is worthy of what they are. You feel like blessing everybody and everything.
Who am I starts and ends inside your body. By whom am I starts and ends in cosmos. By whom, by whose will everything came to existence. Seeking the source, you can capture it by developing the subtle grooves in your brain, by evolving complete completion.
Paramashivoham. Experience the ultimate you. Conducted by Avatar for Hinduism, His Divine Holiness Paramahamsa Sri Nithyananda. Boy, girl, blue, pink, hunter, gatherer, gay, straight, bisexual, heterosexual. The deepest identity we carry in today's world is that of gender and its million associations. The very first need is to know yourself, not by the belief of your parents, the judgment of your teachers, the vested interests of your politicians, but as can only be revealed by an enlightened source.
In Hindu tradition, till the age of 21, all of them have been asked to be a brahmachari. Not that everyone will be successful in celibacy, but that is the time they will discover their gender. Gender is not just related to body and physical maturity. It is related to physiology, psychology, and the whole being. Exploring your identity. Your gender is 10,000 times more juicy, celebrating than exploring the other body.
If you are feeling deeply good at wow, I am really worthy of what I am. I am really worthy of life. I am really worthy of whatever is happening around me. When you are experiencing the love for yourself, suddenly you will experience that love for the whole. You will see that everybody, everything is worthy of what they are. You feel like blessing everybody and everything.
Who am I starts and ends inside your body. By whom am I starts and ends in cosmos. By whom, by whose will everything came to existence. Seeking the source, you can capture it by developing the subtle grooves in your brain, by evolving complete completion.
Paramashivoham. Experience the ultimate you. Conducted by Avatar for Hinduism, His Divine Holiness Paramahamsa Sri Nithyananda. Boy, girl, blue, pink, hunter, gatherer, gay, straight, bisexual, heterosexual. The deepest identity we carry in today's world is that of gender and its million associations. The very first need is to know yourself, not by the belief of your parents, the judgment of your teachers, the vested interests of your politicians, but as can only be revealed by an enlightened source.
In Hindu tradition, till the age of 21, all of them have been asked to be a brahmachari. Not that everyone will be successful in celibacy, but that is the time they will discover their gender. Gender is not just related to body and physical maturity. It is related to physiology, psychology, and the whole being. Exploring your identity. Your gender is 10,000 times more juicy, celebrating than exploring the other body.
If you are feeling deeply good at wow, I am really worthy of what I am. I am really worthy of life. I am really worthy of whatever is happening around me. When you are experiencing the love for yourself, suddenly you will experience that love for the whole. You will see that everybody, everything is worthy of what they are. You feel like blessing everybody and everything.
Who am I starts and ends inside your body. By whom am I starts and ends in cosmos. By whom, by whose will everything came to existence. Seeking the source, you can capture it by developing the subtle grooves in your brain, by evolving complete completion.
Paramashivoham. Experience the ultimate you. Conducted by Avatar for Hinduism, His Divine Holiness Paramahamsa Sri Nithyananda. Boy, girl, blue, pink, hunter, gatherer, gay, straight, bisexual, heterosexual. The deepest identity we carry in today's world is that of gender and its million associations. The very first need is to know yourself, not by the belief of your parents, the judgment of your teachers, the vested interests of your politicians, but as can only be revealed by an enlightened source.
In Hindu tradition, till the age of 21, all of them have been asked to be a brahmachari. Not that everyone will be successful in celibacy, but that is the time they will discover their gender. Gender is not just related to body and physical maturity. It is related to physiology, psychology, and the whole being. Exploring your identity, your gender, is 10,000 times more juicy, celebrating than exploring the other body.
If you are feeling deeply good at wow, I am really worthy of what I am. I am really worthy of life. I am really worthy of whatever is happening around me. When you are experiencing the love for yourself, suddenly you will experience that love for the whole. You will see that everybody, everything is worthy of what they are. You feel like blessing everybody and everything.
Who am I? Starts and ends inside your body. By whom am I? Starts and ends in cosmos. By whom? By whose will everything came to existence. Seeking the source, you can capture it by developing the subtle grooves in your brain, by evolving complete completion.
Paramashivoham. Experience the ultimate you. Conducted by Avatar for Hinduism, His Divine Holiness Paramahamsa Sri Nithyananda. Boy, girl, blue, pink, hunter, gatherer, gay, straight, bisexual, heterosexual. The deepest identity we carry in today's world is that of gender and its million associations.
Nithyananda, after that intense and powerful yoga session, let us now enter into the power manifestation session. First, we are going to be manifesting the power of third eye. So, without further delay, let's all go ahead and get started into the power manifestation session. I request all of you to be ready with your eye bands, mindfolds, and anything with which you can tie your eyes. If you do not have a blindfold or an eye band, please go ahead and get any opaque shawl with which you can tie your eyes. And then we can go ahead and get started. So, please quickly grab these items and then we can enter into the first round.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Okay. So if you all are ready, let's go ahead and get started now. We are first going to be scanning and identifying various images which are projected in front of all of you. So I request all of you to now go ahead and tie your eyes with the eye bags. Please tie your eyes, and I'll be projecting a random image in front of all of you. We are now going to be chanting the Mahavakya, connecting to Swamiji, and from that space of oneness, scan and see what is the image which is projected in front of you. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. Please tie your eyes. Sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Start chanting the Mahavakya.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Meanwhile, let us listen to the Shastra Pramana for the power of third eye, which comes from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 31, Dharana, Sutra 34, Dharana 8, Dharana 11. The Shastra Pramana goes, Kapalante
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda
Nithyanandam to all the participants. We complete with all of you for the program. We had some interruption during the program due to the technical issues. We are completing for that. Now we'll be starting the program. So that was a very beautiful introduction. All of us got from on third eye directly by Swamiji. Very beautifully, Paramashiva reveals in the Vedas and Agama, the source scriptures, that how the science of third eye needs to be manifested. Paramashiva says very beautifully in the Vijnana Dharma Tantra, Sutra 34, that Kapalantar manonyasa tishtanmilita lochanaha kramena banasodardhyat lakshaye lakshamuttamam. The next is the Apta Praman. Our Vedic scientists, our Vedic rishis who have time tested and verified this power manifestation science. This power of third eye reading is taken actually from the Mahabharata, the Bhagavad Gita, where Bhagavan Shri Krishna beautifully says to Arjuna that Natu mam shakyase drashtum anenaiva svachakshusha divyam dadami te chakshuhu pashyame yogamaishwaram. Bhagavan Krishna says very beautifully to Krishna that very beautifully Krishna says to Arjuna that the physical eyes which you are having cannot see, cannot behold my Vishwarupa Darshan, the cosmic form of Bhagavan Shri Krishna. Therefore, you need the divine vision, the third eye, the divine eye, to behold the Vishwarupa Darshan, the cosmic form of Bhagavan Shri Krishna. And the Vishwarupa Darshan, meaning the cosmic form of Bhagavan Shri Krishna, is completely elaborated by Arjuna as he sees Sri Krishna through his third eye in the 11th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita. The next is the Atma Pramana, Swamiji's own experience on the science of power manifestation, where Swamiji shares very beautifully, I was able to see everything around me, above me, both the sides, the whole 360-degree vision he was able to feel. Not just that alone, Swamiji realized that the skin on the stone on which he was sitting, and also the skin which he carried, both felt equally. He felt both equally. And he could feel everything around him as part of him. So understand, not just for Swamiji was able to see the 360-degree alone, but Swamiji was able to feel everything around him as part of him. The next is the Pratyaksha Pramana, the scientific experimentation done on the science, where very beautifully the brain study was conducted on Swamiji using the positron emission tomography, the PET, where it measured that when Swamiji was in high states of consciousness, meaning when Swamiji was in meditative states, only the third eye region was active and the rest of the whole brain was not alive. Rest of the whole brain was completely shut down. And when Swamiji was awake, at the time, the whole brain was alive. And when Swamiji was in meditative states, when Swamiji was in intense state of samadhi, only the third eye region was active and alive, and rest of the whole brain, rest of the whole activity, brain active, the whole system was in complete ease and peace. With this beautiful introduction all of us got, let us now move ahead to the Sakshi Pramana, where all of you are going to experience this power. I request all participants to post how was it for today's darshan for all of you. So suddenly in the morning, Swamiji came fresh from his samadhi and all of us received the darshan of Swamiji and all of us attended the great ceremonious ritual, the Magadabhishekam, which officially coronated Swamiji as the emperor of the Tiruvannamalai Adinam, the Tiruvannamalai Samrajya, the kingdom. So, because all participants, how was it for all of you? Seeing Swamiji early in the morning itself. It was nice an experience where morning itself we're seeing Swamiji being this whole breathing space with that beautiful feeling connection, the ultimate darshan all of us received. Let us now move ahead to the power of Yoda. And I request all participants to get your eye bands and come with your eye mask, or if you do not have an eye band, I request you to get a cloth, which is a dark color cloth, such as a dark green, preferably a black, which does not allow any sort of light to pass through in. So I request all participants to wear the eye band. Wear the eye band on yourself. Now, the Acharya will be now projecting an image for all of you. I request all participants now connect to Swamiji, visualize Swamiji in your inner space, visualize Swamiji in your third eye. And because all participants now, in that beautiful space, start chanting the Mahavakya. Intensely chant the Mahavakya within yourself. Let your whole being vibrate in the Mahavakya.
Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now, scan the image which the Acharyas are projected for all of you. Now, an image is being projected for all of you. I request all participants now to scan and reveal what is the image the Acharya is projecting right now.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Okay, Yogamala said was a very beautiful darshan. That's wonderful. My Susan Shoulder has posted a beautiful morning darshan. That's wonderful. With that space, ask Swamiji to reveal what is the image which my Acharya is projecting to me right now.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Enjoy the oneness space with Swamiji. Talk to him. Ask him to reveal you the details of this image. The color, what image is about. Is it a living eye? Is it a living thing? Or is it an inanimate thing? Or is it nature based? Because all Swamiji to ask Swamiji. Have conversations, Swamiji. You'll see the more and more questions you give, the more details Swamiji will be answering for all of you.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Now,
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
so I request all participants to now open your eyes and reveal whatever Swamiji has shown. Detailedly describe what is Swami showed. Swami showed the colors or the shape or the size of the image. What is Swami showed? I request all participants to detailedly post it down in the chat.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda.
My yoga warrior posted. Saw green, blue, black Swamiji's murti like spider legs, smile eyes and thorns. Okay, that's wonderful. How about you, Ma Susan Scholar and Ma Miriam Kra? Because all of the posts, Ma Joanna, Ma Gautama. Okay, Ma Susan saying that trees, hills, mountains. What about you? Okay, that's wonderful. How about you, Ma Kalantika, Ma Kalahantrika, Ma Gautama, Ma Joanna Celia, and Ma Andeshi? Because all of the posts what this one just showed you.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
That's wonderful, my yoga mother, Ma Susan. So let us now see the answer for this image.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
So the image which was projected for all of you was a picture of a dog, a small cute little puppy. Well, my yoga mother, you got the color right. Now you saw brown and black. That's wonderful. That's wonderful, my yoga mother. That's really wonderful. So now I request all participants now again tie your eyes. Chant the Mahavakya. Visualize Swamiji in your space. Continue chant the Mahavakya. Now I'll be projecting an image for all of you to scan. Ask Swamiji to share. Ask Swamiji to reveal you the details of this image. What image is it, Swamiji? Talk to Swamiji. You'll see the more and more you speak to him, the more details Swamiji will be revealing it for all of you. Because all of you to continue chanting the Mahavakya intensely as possible.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Okay. So, I now request all participants to
Paramashivoham.
open your eyes and post whatever Swamiji has shown for you. Be in detail as possible because all participants post exactly as the Swamiji, whether Swamiji made you see the image or Swamiji made you feel the image. I request all participants to post whatever Swamiji, be as detailed as possible. Whether Swamiji showed you the color or whether Swamiji showed you the size or the shape or the scenario. Because all participants to post what is Swamiji showing you.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Okay, my yoga brother posted, I thought it was a dog. Yes, but that's it. But it's Swamiji showing something immediately that then you should post. Okay, my yoga brother, now you have posted. Saw tree, branches, sky, orange line like mountain. That's wonderful, Ma. How about you, Ma Susan? Shoulder? Ma Yoana? Ma Nandeshwari? What is Swamiji revealed for all of you?
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
And because all participants post what was Swamiji showing you, just like that, detail type it down in the chat.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Okay, so let me now verify the answers with all of you. So the image which I was projecting it for all the participants is a picture of a ship. So you can see the sky and you can see the color of the sky actually is a bit like bits of orange and pink. Well, my yoga brother, you got the colors right, Mom, and you're able to see the sky. That's wonderful also, that's wonderful. Yes. So with this beautiful manifestation we got from this session, let us now move ahead to understanding deeper powerful cognition on today's satsang. Okay, Ma Susan has said, Ma dark brown maybe night sky with bright reflector. With bright reflective moon, stars, light beams shine down. Yes, Ma Susan, you're almost correct. This is almost like a sunset time. That's wonderful, Ma. Yes. So, in today's session, all of you will be understanding deeper secrets about unlocking your 11 genders. Today, all the participants, all of you will be having the darshan of Bhagavan Ardhanarishwaramurti, who symbolizes the ultimate of all the genders. He is beyond all the genders. Very beautifully, Swamiji shares that there are 11 genders which Paramashiva is revealed in the Vedas and Agamas. But Ardhanarishwara is beyond all the genders and he is beyond everything. Let us now understand what exactly is Sayujya Samadhi. What is Sayujya Samadhi and how can we experience this in our life? Let us listen directly this beautiful truth from Swamiji.
Paramashivoham. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today is the auspicious day where Mahadeva gave darshan to Adi Shakti and made her as part of himself. Gave oneness to oneness itself. The beautiful day, Devi celebrates her enlightenment and Sayujya Mukti with Mahadeva as Ardhanarishwara. Salokya, Sarupya, Samipya, ultimately Sayujya Mukti with Mahadeva, Mahasadashiva. There are so many levels of experience. Salokya Mukti, Samipya Mukti, Sarupya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti. Salokya Mukti means you get to live around the master. It's like you stay in the same space where the master stays. I always tell people, it's like becoming ashramite. You live around me. That is a Salokya Mukti. You enter into his loka. You enter into his world. Salokya Mukti. So, lot of problems will be avoided because you don't have to think for your life. He will think for your life. So many things. Your responsibilities are taken by him. He takes care of you. He takes your responsibilities. The next level, Samipya Mukti, living closely around him. I compare and tell people, crew members who always travel with me. The Samipya Mukti, you are 24 hours around him. Third is Sarupya Mukti. Sarupya Mukti is like you take his own form. You are in that same form and do what he does. It's like becoming an acharya, teacher. You do the work of what I am doing. You become a teacher and start taking classes. It's like a Sarupya Mukti. That is why you can see in all the temples, the guardian deities, Dwara Balakas will be almost the same. Whatever that gods are carrying, the same weapons they will also be carrying. The guardians also will be carrying. If the god is wearing Nama, they will also be wearing Nama. If the god is wearing the Kumkuma, the Dwara Balaks also will be wearing Kumkuma. It's like a Sarupya Mukti. They achieve the same Swarupa. They are in the same Rupa. Sarupya Mukti. The next, last and ultimate,
is Sayujya Mukti. You achieve his consciousness. You achieve his consciousness. You become him. You start staying in the same space where he is staying. You achieve the same consciousness. Shiva doesn't believe in other three levels of muktis. He doesn't believe in Salokya. He doesn't believe in Samibhya. He doesn't believe in Sarubhya. Straight away, he takes us to Sayujya. He gives us the techniques to Sayujya. Beautifully he says, Bhairava Rupata. You achieve the same consciousness in which I am staying. You achieve the same space in which I exist. You achieve the Shiva consciousness. The energy of breath should neither move out nor enter. When the center unfolds by the dissolution of thoughts, be unclutched, then one attains the nature of Bhairava. The key in this whole sutra is be unclutched. Let's enter into the sutra. I request all of you to be totally attentive. Please sit straight so that you won't miss. Here, Shiva is taking us word by word to the deepest experience. I tell you one thing. If you can be aware of next 1 hour, if you don't miss a single word, I promise there is every possibility of liberation. You don't need to practice this meditation, because this meditation doesn't need to be practiced. The very understanding, he leads you step by step into your core. Every word takes you to the next layer, and he is showing you the very nature of your being. The core of your being is trying to express it. And better if you don't close your eyes. Usually when you close your eyes, you may think you are listening, but slowly you will be lost. And moreover, I express more in body language than through words. So when you are listening to audio discourse, you can close your eyes, but when you are listening directly from the master, sit with full awareness. Navrajanna Vishaktir Marutrupa Vikasite Nirvigalpataya Madhye Taya Bhairava Rupata. The energy of breath should neither move out nor enter. When the center unfolds by the dissolution of thoughts, be unclutched, then one attains the nature of Bhairava. Then one attains the Shiva consciousness. You don't even need to practice this technique. All you need to do is just be aware of this technique. There are some techniques which you need to learn and practice, experience. There are some techniques, the very understanding takes you to that level, takes you to that depth. Suddenly you see you are experiencing it. In Vedanta, 3 levels. The first, Shravana, means understanding the technique, listening about it. Manana, meditating on it, contemplating, practicing it. Nididhyasana, expressing the truth, expressing it. You need 3 steps: understanding, practicing and expressing. Here, with this technique, you don't need the 3 steps. The very understanding simply liberates you, because he's taking us to such a deep level, to the depth of your being. He's showing us to the core. He's taking us to a different space, which I call Zen zone. Zen zone means the zone in which already you are liberated, the zone in which you are unclutched, the zone in which you exist as you are. He is taking us to the zone beautifully without any practice. As far as this technique concerned, the very understanding is enough. You will suddenly wake up, yes, I am in that state. Nothing else needs to be done. He is taking us to that zone. He says the energy of breath should neither move out nor enter when the center unfolds by the dissolution of thoughts. Be unclutched. Let me just explain how you think you are thinking. Shiva is taking us a little further, so I am giving you the close-up view. This is what I call neutral space. Every moment, every kshana, again and again and again you experience this neutral space. Constantly it is happening in you. Whenever your incoming breath takes turn as outgoing breath, or outgoing breath takes turn as incoming breath. Every moment this neutral space is happening in you. Constantly you are changing the gear. Whenever you change a gear, you have to go to the neutral space. Constantly you are changing the gear. Let it be very clear, if you are constantly changing the gear, means constantly you are unclutched. Every moment you are unclutched because you don't feel comfortable with this space. You just fast forward, you jump from here to there. You do not give your attention to this space. You give attention to this space and this space, but not to the neutral space. You give attention to incoming breath, outgoing breath. You don't give attention to neutral space. You just jump. You fast forward. Jump the neutral space. That is why you feel this gap is too small and this gap is more. That is why you feel the incoming breath time and outgoing breath time is more than neutral spaces. One important thing you should know, you may think the incoming breath time and the outgoing breath time is more than the neutral space, but in actuality they are not more. The time is same. You need to understand now about time. Please understand, if you can follow, if you can come little deeply with this sutra, Shiva is straight away showing you the ultimate truth or your very nature. Shiva doesn't believe in changing your activities. He believes in changing your belief about yourself. Here, Shiva is not giving you any rules. He is just taking you step by step to the core of your being and gives you the clarity. You are not what you think. You are not what you are thinking as you. Be very clear. Kshana means the gap between one thought and the other thought. It is not second. So, now you need to understand the circle. This is the NS, neutral space. Nithyananda Swami. This is the NS, neutral space. This is the incoming breath. This is the outgoing breath. For you to understand, I expressed this as more space and this as less space. But Shiva says, this is equivalent to this. Because the gap between one thought and the other thought is kshana. Gap between this thought and this thought is what he calls as kshana. And he says further, whether you give your attention or not, this space and this space, the NS, the neutral space and the incoming breath, both spaces are equal. But we think this is more because we give too much of attention to it. Even if you give too much of attention to it, this is not more. Let me give you one small example. If you are sitting with somebody with whom you feel completely comfortable, in tune, you are just relaxed, even if 2-3 hours passed, you will not know how time flies. Suddenly you realize, oh God, it is already 8 o'clock, I have to run, I have so much of work. Otherwise, if you are sitting with somebody with whom you don't feel comfortable or with whom you don't feel relaxed, every 5 minutes what you will do? You will see the watch and you will say, what is happening, whether my watch stopped or not? Don't you have any other work? If the number of thoughts are more, it is hell. If number of thoughts are less, you are in heaven. Be very clear. If number of thoughts are more, chronologically same time, but psychologically you feel time is more. Because you give more attention here, you think you have more thoughts here, you think this space is more than neutral space. The breathing space, breathing time is more than the neutral space. Please understand, because you think you are having more thoughts, because you think you are interested in thinking, because you believe you are interested in thinking, because you give more emphasis on your identity, you may think the incoming breath time and the outgoing breath time is more than the neutral space, but in reality it is not. It is just psychological game. The kshana of this and kshana of this is one and the same. Kshana of this time, the way in which your mind moves. Because you are having too many number of thoughts, you think this space is more. But in reality, this space is not more. One more thing, how you miss the depth of this space. Here also you have identity, means incoming breath space. outgoing breath. Here also you have identity. Here also you have identity. Identity is the space which you know. Here you don't have identity. The big problem is when there is an identity, you are able to connect and see all the identities. You connect and see. Let me be very clear. Let me give you in this way. This is the incoming breath. This is the outgoing. This is again incoming. This is NS, neutral space. This is neutral space. Because here your identity exists. This again outgoing. Again outgoing. NS, neutral space, neutral space. Here your identity exists. Here also your identity exists. Your identity exists in this space. Constantly you can connect and see you are connected. But in this gap, because your identity doesn't exist, you don't connect the gaps and see. For example, the thought which came to you 10 minutes ago, the thought which came to you 10 years ago, thought which came to you 20 years ago, they are independent, unclutched, separate thoughts. But thoughts have got identity. Because they have identity, you connect them and see the thought which happened 10 minutes ago is number 1. Thought which happened 1 year ago, number 2. Thought which happened 10 years ago is number 3. You can connect all of them because they have identity. But the gap which happened 10 minutes ago, the gap which happened 1 year ago, the gap which happened 10 years ago, you don't connect them and see that you are constantly experiencing gaps. If I were to put it in a little deeper way, little subtle way, the suffering, the depression which you had 10 years ago, the depression which you suffered 7 years ago, the depression which you suffered 3 years ago, the depression which you had yesterday, all of them are independent, individual, unconnected thoughts. But because they are thoughts, you start connecting all of them and create the shaft of depression. You have an idea that your life is depression. For last 10 years, I am suffering with depression, Swamiji. You create a big shaft. You take all these unconnected, unclutched pieces. Each bit is an unclutched bit. You just take all the unclutched bits. You connect all the shaft and create a shaft. Be very clear. The pain which you had 10 years ago, the pain which you had 9 years ago, the pain which you experienced 7 years ago, the pain which you experienced 3 years ago, the pain which you experienced yesterday, all of them are unconnected, independent, individual thoughts. But you connect all these thoughts and create a shaft, and you start thinking, you start believing life is pain. Or the joy which you experienced 10 years ago, the joy which you experienced 9 years ago, the joy which you experienced 3 years ago, the joy which you experienced 1 year ago, all of them are independent, individual, unconnected thoughts. Now, you connect all those thoughts and create a shaft of joy. In life, the only thing which you do is either creating the shaft of pain or creating the shaft of joy. When it comes to the shaft of pain, you try to break it. When it comes to the shaft of joy, you try to extend it. But you don't understand. Neither you can extend a shaft, nor you can break the shaft, because the shaft doesn't exist. The shaft is not there. The very shaft is your imagination, imaginary connection. Let you understand, this connection is just imaginary. Whether you want or not, every moment there is an unclutched space. You are unclutched. You are unconnected. You are unclutched shaft. But just because of your imagination or fear of losing identity, you create constant connection to maintain your identity. This identity or this connection is imaginary. For example, if it is a pain shaft, 10 years ago pain experience, 1 year ago the pain experience, 10 minutes ago the pain experience. You connect all of them in your mind through imagination and create a pain shaft. If it is a bliss or joy shaft, the joy happened 10 years ago, the joy happened 1 year ago, the joy happened 10 minutes ago. You connect them through imagination and create joy shaft. If it is a pain shaft, you try to break it. If it is a joy shaft, you try to increase it. You don't understand, you can neither break the shaft nor elongate the shaft, because this shaft doesn't exist. Whether you see it or not, it is pure imaginary shaft. It is pure imaginary shaft. One more thing, just sit for 5 minutes and write whatever you are thinking or whatever comes without editing. Be very clear, it is just for you, not to show to anybody else. Don't show to anybody else, they will become mad. Understand? Whether it is a pain shaft or bliss shaft, whether it is pain shaft or joy shaft, you can neither break it nor elongate it, because the shaft doesn't exist. Just write 10 minutes, whatever comes in your mind, do not edit, do not touch it, just write whatever comes. Read, you will suddenly realize all your thoughts are unconnected, irresponsible, and completely unclutched, illogical, independent thoughts. Be very clear, your first thought and the second thought is no way connected. There is no logical connection. There is no responsible connection. There is no dependency on the first thought and the second thought. If you just write whatever comes in your mind for 10 minutes and try to read that paper, suddenly you will realize that, what is happening with me? Your whole life is nothing but playing with the shaft which doesn't exist. That is what Shankara means when he says life is Maya. Maya means Yama iti Maya. You are fighting with thing which doesn't exist. Yama means which doesn't exist. You are just fighting with imaginary shaft. You are trying to break or elongate the shaft which does not exist. Let me be very clear. Whatever techniques you practice to break this shaft, without understanding that shaft doesn't exist, you will never be successful. with this single understanding. You don't need any technique. This very understanding is a technique. You are liberated. This very understanding, any simple technique can liberate you.
Whether you reach me with this body you are carrying and enjoy life around me, or you are going to get new body and come back, all that, but anyhow one day you have to reach Kailasa, be in Salokya Mukti, Samibhya Mukti, Sarubhya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti. So better to do now. Exactly. Arunagiri Yogeshwara taught me life. Actually, there was a huge volume book, Vedanta Manana Sindhamani. That book name is still I can remember. Huge, like a pillow, that size of the book. And my grandfather brought that book to me and then said that the class for you is going to start on this subject, on Vedanta Manana, means internalizing the powerful cognitions. Seeing that book itself, I got frightened. But I know the technique. If I take it to Arunagiri Yogeshwara, he will just chew the whole thing and just directly insert it on my system. Very sweetly he will insert. He will just chew one bit. Literally he will chew in the mouth and give me the tambulam. I'll just take his hand and take it from his hand. Will not leave even one small bit in his fingers. Literally bite his fingers also and take the tambulam, and the whole knowledge he wants to reveal will be there inside me like experience. So I thought, let me do simple process, like literally downloading. I took that book and gave it to Arunagiri Yogeshwara and said, my Tata told me that I have to start reading this book and they are going to start the class. Then the discussion turned. Arunagiri Yogeshwara started asking me, why are you feeling so tired and bored to read this book? I said, oh God, such big book. Anyhow, I will not be able to complete. Then why to waste time on starting it? He said, fool, that is what is absolute wrong. He told, anyhow, one day you have to finish studying all these scriptures and start teaching to the world. You want to do it when you are 40, 50, or when you want to do it now? Why waste time till 40, 50? I said, that is right. If I have to do any one day, let me do it now. That is what is life. The principle of life. So understand, any one day, anyhow, you have to one day manifest Paramashiva. Better to do it now. If you think, oh, even if I start, one day I am going to drop it, then why to start? That is what is suicidal. I can rest only after I achieve Sayujya Mukti, once for all. Oneness with Paramashiva. Till then I can't rest. I can be moving here, there. Finally I have to come only there to Paramashivatva. Then why waste time moving here and there? Let me achieve it. That is what is life positive. Listen to this. The moment that clicked with me, with Arunagiri Yogeshwara, I just took the book and said, Swamiji, you bless me that I'll master this book. He just smiled. And this time, usually he will tell me, hey, go and bring white betel leaf. Vella in Tamil. See, he had his own reasons. For some time he will ask me to get the black beetle leaf, karuppu vettala. It will not be like a complete black. It is little blackish on the green leaf. Sometimes he will tell get vella vettala, white beetle leaf, and it will not be like a fully white. It will be little white shade in the green. So this time he neither told me to get the beetle leaf, nothing. He just took something from his teeth. I saw it's a sugar candy and put it in my mouth, and I just saw that whole knowledge of that book, Vedanta Manana Chindamani, has just got into my system. Listen carefully. One day you have to achieve enlightenment. When you are sure about it, you yourself will decide, better let me achieve it now. Why waste time? Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Nithyanandam, yes. After that wonderful session where we learned about Sayajya Samadhi directly from Swamiji himself, let us now enter into a quick internalization exercise where we are going to be understanding a little bit more about these amazing truths which was just revealed to us. So if you all are ready, I request if you can put a quick message in the chat section and then we can go ahead and get started. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started now. Mahadeva declares the Sayujya Mukti as becoming one with Adi Mula Jyoti, who is Mahasadashiva, Paramashiva himself. The most secured attitude. Anyhow, one day I have to become successful. So let me become successful now. That is the most secured attitude which we there are just few steps, okay, and we are going to go through it one by one. So I request all of you to quickly go ahead and grab a pen, paper, anything with which you can write, and then we can go ahead and get started with the first step. The first step is, anyhow, one day I have to do, so better do it now. That is what is life. Cherishing the postponing pattern is withdrawing yourself from life. Continuously cherishing the postponing pattern is withdrawing from life. So, anyhow, I have to do it one day, so let me do it now. That is the right attitude which we should hold. So, now list down 10 aspects of your life which you are postponing. It can be as simple as your daily chores, or it can be, for example, something like switching to a vegan lifestyle, or adding unclutching to your night routine, or much anything more. So go ahead and start writing down 10 aspects of your life which you are postponing. I request all of you to start writing and write elaborately and focus only on the cognitions about you which you are postponing. So let's take 5 minutes and go ahead and start. I request all of you to start writing. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask in the chat section below, and I'll be guiding you throughout the session. So please, let's go ahead and start writing now. Once you are done with that, let's now move on to step. Priority is do right and do it. The second priority is, if you don't know, at least try doing it. Third, third priority is hanging in the confusion. An incompletion and postponing pattern is withdrawing from life. So take an action in each of these 5 aspects which you have penned down. So now all of you have written down 10 aspects which you are postponing. At least take 5 of them. Yes, sorry for the technical glitch. We have all written now 10 aspects of your life which you are postponing. Now take at least 5 of those aspects which you have written down. At least write down for 5 of the aspects in your life, what are the reasons for which you are postponing. Pen down what is preventing you from doing it. What is the justification which you have been giving yourself? See, each time we postpone something, some or the other justification is there. Oh, it might not hurt, I can do it sometime later, or I'm not interested right now, or I'm not feeling well. It can be anything. But there's some or the other justification which we are giving ourselves to not do or postpone a certain action in our life. So, for example, I do not know the exact sequence of PVK. Wouldn't it be nice to have a group and then do it together? Let me first make a group of friends. So we'll find some or the other justification to postpone certain aspects in our life. So write that down and identify what is that. What is the justification which you are giving to yourself to not do this? And after identifying that, write down at least 2 actions which you will take for each of those aspects, whether it is yoga, whether it's your lifestyle, whether it's your food, whether it's your diet, or anything. Write down at least 2 actions which you will take for these aspects. Okay, let's go ahead and enter into the second step now. Start writing down, start identifying what is the core cognition that you are using to support this postponing pattern. Please go ahead and start writing down now. The last step. Spend a few minutes now to align your schedule. Take action towards each of the aspects which you have postponed. For example, 5 minutes to do skeleton dance, laundry, turn on the washing machine, or put the clothes for soaking. Each and every aspect, it can be something as simple as just washing your clothes, or it can be as important as doing some meditation or unclutching process to unclutch from everything which happened throughout the day. Any of these aspects which you are postponing in your life, spend a few minutes now to align your schedule. Take action towards each of these aspects. Please go ahead and spend a few minutes now for this. Okay. Now, with this, let us now move on to the power manifestation session. Just before that, I would like all of you to take a few minutes to understand why this internalization exercise was so powerful and very important. See, throughout our life, we have so many different aspects in our life which we postpone unnecessarily. And I'm sure all of us knows that. In, let's take one of the most common situations, we feel like we need to build our body or work out. And we decide, okay, the previous day, we're like, I'm gonna work out. I have to wake up and then I have to, work out and start building my body. Then the next day, we feel too lazy and we don't get off the bed. So many situations are there in our life like this, which we keep postponing and which we might feel that, oh, it won't affect us now. But anyway, you have to do it one day. So why not do it now? Such an amazing, powerful cognition Swamiji has given us. So, this postponing pattern is withdrawing from life. The more and more active you are, the more and more you finish whatever you're supposed to do, whenever you're supposed to do, or whenever you decide to do it, you are actively involving more and more in life. You're engaging more and more with life. But the more you postpone everything around you, you start withdrawing. And that is not the correct attitude to have towards life. So, this internalization exercise actually made us come to the awareness of first, what are the 10 aspects which we are postponing in our life? After that, why are we postponing those aspects in our life? What is the cognition which we are changing that we are postponing this in our life? And then after that, okay, what are the actions which I can take for each of these? What are the actions which I can take for each of these aspects? So this whole internalization exercise so beautifully brought us to the awareness of what we are postponing, what are the cognitions with which we are postponing it, and how we can complete with that and align our whole schedule back to being more actively involved in life. So it's such a powerful and a very amazing internalization exercise which we just had. So with this, let us now move on to the power manifestation session. I'm sure many of you have benefited from this process, just bringing to your awareness what we are postponing in our life, whether it's simple things or major aspects in our life. I'm sure this was very important for each and every one of us who participated in this exercise. So please don't forget to share your experience with all of us. What was your experience while manifesting? How did you feel? Sorry, what was your experience while doing this exercise? How did you feel while you were participating in this exercise? And how do you feel? How how impactful do you feel just doing this exercise can help with aligning to your schedule and aligning to what you want to manifest in your life? So please let us know in the comment section below, and do share this with your family members, with your friends, so that they can also be a part of this and complete with this whole postponing pattern which so many of us suffer with. So do remember to share this with your family members and friends. Let us now enter into the power manifestation session. Today we are going to be manifesting the power of materialization, which is a very exciting power. So let's go ahead and get started. For this, I request all of you to check your palms now. Please ensure that you wash your palms completely. Check your palms. There should be no dirt, no wash them fully, thoroughly, and wipe them also fully, and ensure that there's no dirt, no stains, no anything on your palms, so that we can get started. In the first level of today's power manifestation, we are going to be manifesting gold dust in our hands, gold sparkles, gold dust in our hands. So I request all of you to now just quickly go ahead, quickly wash your hands, wipe your hands, and come and settle down. Then we can enter into the power manifestation session.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes. If all of you are ready with your after washing your hands, let's all sit in the Samana Mudra. So this is the Samana Mudra, as you can see. Keep your hands completely clasped together and keep your hands in your lap, and let's start chanting the Mahavakya. This is very important to it's very important to keep your hands clasped, as we are going to be manifesting the gold dust in our palms. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. Please start chanting the Mahavakya. Let's all sit with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. See, this manifestation happens only from the space of oneness, connecting to Swamiji from the space of oneness and simply this power will manifest through you. Okay, so let's all chant the Mahavakya now. Sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line and connect to Swamiji. And from this space of oneness, we are going to be materializing gold dust in our palms. So let's all sit with our head, neck, and spine in a straight line.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Okay, please relax. You can open your eyes now and open your palms and check if you have manifested gold dust in your palms. You can check with a flashlight, you can check closely and see whether you are able to manifest gold dust in your palms. I request all of you to check now and let me know in the chat section below. Let me know whether you were able to manifest and materialize gold dust in your palms. So I request all of you to go ahead and share your experience.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Some of the most powerful sacred secrets and powerful cognitions you need to know from Paramashiva about the 11 genders. 1. Gender is the totality of your identification with physical body, psychological layer, physiological existence, and your will about you. Listen. Your physical existence, your physiological existence, your psychological existence, and your identification, aham, will. In all 4 levels, how you feel the totality of all these 4 put together is your gender. And unfortunately, society does not have this elaborate true understanding because this knowledge was kept with elite. Society has only the very rough middle class mentality, mediocre understanding of 2 gender. And now they are coming up slowly only to the level of 3rd gender. But actually 11 genders exist. The various permutation combinations of your gender identification in the physical level, physiological level, psychological level, and will, aham, the individual conscious level. So understand, when Hinduism, Vedas and Agamas asks you to be a celibate till the age of 21, the purpose is for you to realize in physical level what is the gender with which you feel comfortable. In psychological level, what is the gender with which you are comfortable. In physiological level, what is the gender identity with which you are comfortable. And your conscious, self-conscious level, what is the gender with which you are comfortable. Exploring it, understand, one of the biggest problem is till 21, if you allow somebody to explore you, or if you explore somebody, you collapse into the wrong identification due to powerless cognitions, and you build a wrong gender identity. Understand? Whether you feel oversexed or undersexed, womanizer or suppressed, any powerlessness or complication in the level of sex and sexual fulfillment or sexual desires, sexual guilt, and any problem you go through with the sex fundamentally starts with gender identification. I tell you, when your gender is properly identified, all the sexual problems just melt down. 3,000 problems sexologists have created can just melt down if you just diagnose your gender. That's all, nothing else. Please understand, multiple disorders related to eating can be cured completely. Multiple disorders related to drug addictions can be cured completely just by gender identification. Do not, first thing, just say no to society and society labeling you in any gender. If you are below 21, decide not to allow anybody to physically explore you and never explore another physical body. Wait. Understand, gender identity is like a mercury
It cannot be kept even in golden pot. It can be only kept in stone vessel. Only after 21, your system becomes a stone vessel. If you are below 21, decide no question of exploring another body or letting another body to explore you. And if you are already above 21 and you feel you have allowed people to explore you or you explored other bodies, don't fall into guilt, but sit and go through every incident and go for completing it. I'm telling you, you need to cognize your will, the aham, tries to play with your multiple possibility, multiple permutation combination. Sometimes it tries to be physically male and physiologically female and psychologically gay. Sometimes it tries to be psychologically male, physiologically female and physically gay. It just tries multiple permutation combinations, explores itself during those periods. You just need to be with yourself. 3 worst things are done to you by society. First, trying to push you into 3 or 4 genders they are recognizing, like pushing you into either male or female or lesbian or gay. That's one of the biggest crime done to you. Second, not letting you understand that they don't have the ultimate solution. They are ignorant, but trying to push their off, unverified, not time-tested, non-foolproof understandings, ideas, concepts, cognitions being pushed into you, forced to digest basic truths about life. Your gender identification, your will, when it is doing all the trial and error of the gender identification, it should be given freedom to be celibate. Understand? Society is so abusive only if it hooks you into the greed of sexual need. I call it grid of sex. You can continue to be exploited. The first 21 years till you find your identification and your beautiful alignment of the gender, which is the true integrity with which your physical, physiological, psychological existences feel complete. In these 11 genders, one permutation combination gives you a complete completion. Wow! The heaven experience in your body. Your 6 feet body feels heaven. That experience to happen in you, you need to explore what is the gender you are really, in which one you feel, I know me. To come to that experience, that is what I call the state of Ardhanarishwara. Paramashiva. The state of Ardhanarishwara. Listen. If the integrity between physical, physiological, psychological components of you is not achieved about your gender identification, Whether you are oversexed or undersexed, you will be constantly struggling. If you are undersexed, you will have so much of struggle in your dreams. If you are oversexed, you will have so much of trouble in your psychology space. Understand? Whether you are aggressive or passive, if your psychology is also prepared and integrated to physiology and physical component, along with hormonal pressure, you will build tremendous love and responsibility, care for the other person. End of the act will not be falling down, it will be falling into the intimacy. Every level, your gender identification matters. Understand? Whether you are a womanizer or a nymphomaniac, it doesn't matter. Whether you are a sannyasi or sannyasini, it doesn't matter. What matters is, do you feel inside your body, your integrity, your physical, physiological, psychological components, do they feel integrated about your gender identification? Understand? Your physical identification, that needs just a simple medical examination, nothing else. Physical examination, nothing else. But physiological identification, you need to look in. Whenever you feel excited, are you more in kama or moha? Understand, both of them are different. In kama, you just want to manifest the reality of you and the other person or persons involved in your life. In moha, you just want to exploit everyone for your pleasure. There are two different things. In kama, you are very sure you want the completion for everyone involved. In moha, it is all about you feeling complete. I should not even use the word complete. You feeling relieved. Listen carefully. Whenever your physiology is pressured, if your psychology feels kama, it is integrity. You will be such a beautiful being. Whenever your physiology feels pressured and your psychology feels moha, you will just be exploitative. It will be more or less like a masturbation with another body or a rape. That's it. Understand? The reflection of Paramashiva in you, Pratyagatma Chaitanya, the individual consciousness, as a freedom to align your gender identification in the level of psychology and physiology and physical, all three. I wanted to make a statement. By your willpower, you can change your gender completely, even physically. All you need is aligning. And when I say aligning, I don't want to say in physical, physiological, psychological, you need to feel the same gender identity. No. You just need to identify what you feel. That's all. If you identify, you will know why you are feeling what you are feeling, why you are behaving the way you are behaving. Understand. Realizing blind spot is curing blind spot. Nothing else. Realizing why you are behaving the way you are behaving, why you are doing the way you are doing, why you are saying what you are saying, liberates you. If you integrate your gender identity, whether you are a sannyasi or a grihastha or a womanizer, you will be such graceful being. You will be such graceful being. I have seen the most graceful sannyasi and the most graceful womanizers. I have seen both. And sometimes I used to wonder how both of them radiate such grace. I realized it is not about the action. It is about the integrity and identity you feel in physical, physiological, psychological and conscious level. Most graceful celibate I have seen is Yogi Ram Surat Kumar. He is absolute brahmachari, but such grace. And the most graceful grihastha I have seen, Raghupati Yogi. He had 14 kids, but his grace is, I'll say, equivalent to Ram Surat Kumar. Grace means ability to generate huge love and respect in the other person the moment he sees you, she sees you. Just by sight, if you are able to instigate, invoke tremendous love and respect, that is called grace. Beautifully, Valmiki describes when Sita entered the court, the whole court stood up, including Janaka. Understand? Janaka is father. He says the grace she was carrying was such, all the rishis, munis, and the people who came for Swayamvaram, who were supposed to get married to her, or who came with a lust to marry her, all of them forgot their identity for a few seconds and just stood up. The grace she was radiating. I tell you. I wanted to get into the details. All the mood swing women suffer and feeling exploited, women feel, is just because their three layers are not integrated. Physical, physiological, psychological does not feel the same gender identity. There is a mismatch. There is a confusion. That is why women feel disgraced every time they enter into a sexual act and come out. They feel exploited, tortured, abused. Listen. All you need is aligning. And when I say aligning, I don't want to say in physical, physiological, psychological, you need to feel the same gender identity. No. You just need to identify what you feel. That's all. If you identify, you will know why you are feeling what you are feeling, why you are behaving the way you are behaving. Understand? Realizing blind spot is curing blind spot. Nothing else. Realizing why you are behaving the way you are behaving, why you are doing the way you are doing, why you are saying what you are saying.
liberates you.
When the Kundalini, your Kundalini is awakened, fundamentally, first thing will happen is your identity about you for the purpose for which you took the body will become clear to you. It will become clear to you. Then you are given a freedom to alter and align your body as you want. Understand? Swatantra, ability to handle yourself first, then the number of choices second. In Hindu tradition, Swatantra first, choices next. If the Swatantra does not grow first, directly choices are given. Depression is life. And I wanted you guys to know, all the fellows who talk about the so-called freedom in the modern way of thinking, the modern lifestyle, I tell you, it is absolute false. Where all you don't need freedom, you are given freedom. Where all you need freedom, you are not given freedom. It is like the cow has been put inside a cage, only the face is allowed to move, and you go, hey, see, the face can go up, down, right, left, center, 360 degree, it can rotate. What amount of freedom? That is modern society. And the cow grazes freely in wild forests. That is Hindu tradition. And that cow is given the intelligence what to eat and what not to eat, and even if it eats poison, it will not get into its system. Please understand, Swatantra is much, much higher than the freedom based on choices. Freedom defined by the choices. Freedom defined as choices is too low than the Swatantra defined by the Hindu tradition. Recently, I was conducting sessions for a group of people on Brahmacharya. You will be surprised. In that class question answer, almost 90% of the people say they don't feel the gender they are supposed to be feeling as their body. 90% of the people, not a joke, understand. 90% of them are saying we are not feeling the gender we are supposed to feel as per the society, the body in which we are. I think it's little more than 90. Fortunately, they are having understanding about Brahmacharya as per Sadashiva's instruction. The first instruction, as I said, 9 months. No physical sexual activity. And practicing completion means the power manifestation. Second instruction, every morning have neem juice, every night a black betel leaf with a little pachakarpuram, the raw camphor, a pinch of raw camphor. These two herb, if it can be programmed by the master and given, that is great. Even if that is not possible, offer it to Sadashiva's deity or Sadashiva Mandala and take. These two instruction can do so much of healing, I tell you. All the toxins gets accumulated in your system because of sexual abusal, Pornography means sexual abuse done to you by you, sexual abuse done to you by others. Both accumulates toxins in your system that can be cleansed. The detoxification can happen by these two. Morning neem juice, night black betel leaf with a pinch of camphor. This can detoxify your body and reveal your original gender to you. Understand? This is what the story, Meenakshi's story says. When she saw Sadashiva, the third breast disappeared and she realized her original gender. She realized her original gender, her original identity. Till we get that, we will not know who we are. When she had the darshan of Sadashiva, the third breast disappeared and she realized her original gender. Understand? This two instruction can bring tremendous healing and realization of your original gender. Can happen in you. That can solve almost 90% of your problems.
Center your gender identity on consciousness rather than your body or mind, then you will understand the signs of engaging with life and relationships without getting into sexual act. The signs of entering into relationship with the whole universe without engaging physical or sexual act is pure power manifestation. Listen. Listen. I'll repeat. Do not take your consciousness, life for granted. Center your consciousness on Paramashiva. Center even your gender identity. Understand, the science I am teaching you now is the most powerful, beautiful power manifestation science. Center even your gender identity on consciousness instead of your body. Listen, when you look in, even before you remember your gender as a male or female, center your core existence on your consciousness. Remember your consciousness, your pure consciousness. On that understanding, cognition, your pure consciousness, if you build your existence, understand,
the more and more you remember your consciousness, more and more you engage yourself with the understanding your consciousness, more and more the nectar based chemicals and hormones will happen in your system. Listen. The everyday living process of your body, your inhaling, exhaling, breathing, digestion, all this can be either amritatva, nectaric, or they can be aging, growing old. Listen carefully. You need to understand the functioning of your body is centered on the ideas you cherish about you. The more you cherish you are based on your body, the more you will engage with gender identities, then that leads to more and more of bondages, needs, greeds, fears. More and more you center yourself as consciousness, more and more your taste for life gets mature. Understand, when you start remembering your consciousness more and more, your identity will not be based on gender. Cognizing yourself consciously, from that cognition, your consciousness, when you approach your physiology, it engages itself in the space of Paramashiva, means immortality, nectar, amritatva, all the life processes like a breathing, inhaling, exhaling, eating, digestion, all engagement with life, whatever your body goes through, everything starts happening towards immortality, being filled with amrita, nectar. Understand? When you remember your consciousness, even your gender identity is built such a way you do not seek to engage with a sexual relationship with every being you see or everything you see. Please understand. Gender identity built based on consciousness knows how to engage with every person and everything without sexual relationship, sexual activity, but able to engage. That is what I call power manifestation. Listen. If you engage between two bodies, it is sexual act. Even you possessing a gold jewelry, a gold, is sexual act. A matter working with matter always is sexual act.
When you establish yourself as consciousness and being conscious, you build your identity and engage with life. Everything becomes power manifestation. I'll tell you, signs of having relationship with the whole universe without engaging into sexual act is power manifestation. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, Nithyanandam, everyone, Nithyanandam to all the participants. So nice to see all of you here with us today. Yes, so we all just learned from Swamiji about diagnosing our gender, about a very powerful science. But what exactly is the takeaway which we can have? What is it which Swamiji made us understand? In today's world, all of us understand genders as two categories or three categories. We see it as a boy or a girl or gay or just limited to four or five genders. But in Hinduism, there are actually 11 different genders. It can be
something which you know of or something which you're completely unaware of. But all of us are not just fit into 2 or 3 categories as society puts us into. And this is what Swamiji calls as real freedom. The real freedom is knowing your real gender. And not only knowing what your gender is, but being able to change your gender just by your will. And what we have all been taught to brand our body as a male or a female, constantly programming it, is not what the reality is. So, actually, I would like all of you to post what is it which you understood? What is it which you were able to click with from this session? Very importantly, Swamiji explained how gender is not the way for us to identify ourselves. A boy or a girl is not what we are limited to. There is much more. And that is what we have to all understand. As Swamiji tells us, we are given the wrong understanding of freedom. And when we actually identify, just by knowing it, we can complete with the blind spot. Just by understanding what gender we really are, we can complete with the incompletions or the sufferings we feel towards our gender. Because as Swamiji shared, 90% of people feel that they are not able to relate, or they don't feel like they fit into the gender which society puts on them. So just by realizing your true gender, you will see how much of completion you are able to experience, how much completion you are feeling inside you. So I would like all of you to also post. You can go ahead and post in the chat. What did you understand from the satsang? What did you click with? All of you can go ahead and post what you understood from this satsang. It's very nice to see so many of you. Ma Lita, Ma Susan Soleder, Ma Heidi. All of you can post. It's very nice to see all of you. Nithyananda, Ma Gautama, Ma Carol, Ma Grace. Why don't you post what you understood? Ma Huang Mei. All of you can post. It'll be very nice to hear all of your understandings, all of your powerful cognitions.
It's a very deep subject and it's going to help all of us with such a beautiful completion. And Swamiji says, when we are complete with this, we will see that so much of grace we will radiate, and definitely it helps us with power manifestation as well.
Yes, and Swamiji also shared with all of us how Devi Meenakshi herself, when she went to Kailasa and went in front of Paramashiva, how she just realized her true gender just by having the completion inside her. She was able to realize her true gender. So, this is what all of us are also going to be doing today. But before we do that, it is very important that we understand what Swamiji explained to us. What is it by what is the meaning of true gender? Yes, so all of you can post what did you understand. Actually, we are going to be doing a very exciting exercise today. So I hope all of you are ready for it. I request all of you to share what you understood. Yes, so all of you can go ahead and post what you understood. Swamiji very beautifully explained to us in this satsang today in the session how realizing your true gender just by looking in and seeing what are all the wrong ideas you have gathered and completing with those ideas will give you so much of completion inside you. So I hope all of you are ready. Yes, so now we will be starting the exercise. I request all of you to please bring your pens and papers. If you don't already have them, you can take a minute to bring your pens and papers. In the first step of this exercise, all of you are going to be penning down all the wrong ideas which you have about your sex, about your gender identification, about what is it which society gave you, what is that wrong understanding of the sexuality which society gave you. For example, you were told to choose blue or pink. What is your preference as a male or female? What is it which matches with you? If you're a boy, you have to choose green or blue, or if you're a girl, you have to choose purple. Yes, I request all of you to continue penning down all the ideas, all the cognitions which you have gathered, which are not what you relate with, which is not something which you identify yourself with. All the wrong ideas you gathered, continue penning them down from the from the time you remember yourself, whether it was when you were a 2 year old and your parents would have told you that no, this is not your color. You would have, maybe you were a boy and you went and chose a pink shirt, you liked it. And at that time, someone came and told you, your uncle would have told you that no, this is not what you should choose. Go and choose something in the other aisle, in the boys section, or choose something bluish, something which matches your identity, something which matches your gender. Everything from the time you remember yourself till now, all the wrong ideas you have, all the wrong identification you carry about yourself, which you don't feel like you relate to.
Please understand, it can be at any level, right? It can be the way you choose your dress, or the way you choose your friends, the way you want to be. It can be the likes or dislikes in terms of food, the clothes, the type of activities you involve in. where all we identify ourselves with different things, and it should be done by boys or it should be done by girl, or this is not what society accepts. So all of us have been conditioned at various levels, at physical, at psychological, at physiological, at different levels we have been conditioned. So see where all you have been conditioned and where you were taught to be a particular way, but you wanted to be something else. So I request all of you, just sit and reflect back. You will be able to see some things wherein you were asked or you were conditioned to identify in a particular way, being in a male body or in a female body. So if anyone has any questions, please feel free to post in the chat. Yes, I hope all of you understood and you are working on the exercise. So basically, all of us have to just write down how do we identify ourselves now based on the different conditionings we were given when we were young, right? For example, if you are in a girl body, how the society says, if you're a girl, wear a pink. If you're a boy, wear a blue color. But as you were young, even when you were in a boy body, you wanted to go and choose a pink color. And you were asked, identified to choose a blue. So, like this, not just to the colors of the dress, but at different levels. It can be at physical, it can be at psychological, physiological level, at different levels, where all we were forced to identify according to the norms of the society, but in fact you wanted to choose or to be in some other particular way, right? It can be, for example, not just that, the activities we involve in. Being a boy, you have to be masculine, you have to learn to how to play football. You can't paint your nails. You can't cut your hair in a particular way, right? So all the different types of activities or different things at different levels. See how we are conditioned, how we are forced to identify ourselves with a particular way, in a particular way. So let us all have a look at our past and please write it down. Continue penning down all the wrong ideas, the wrong identity which you carry about your gender. Everything, whether it is from the society or from the people around you or from your experience, everything which you went through, which made you identify yourself in the wrong way. Something which people expect from you, but which you feel is not truly you, which makes you have that feeling of unfulfillment, which doesn't make you feel like a whole complete being. All the wrong ideas which you have, please continue penning them down. Now we are going to move on to step 2. Yes. So in this step, we are going to pen down all the cognitions that inspired you to explore other body or allow others to explore your body. And after exploring, after having the physical relationship, the kind of cognitions, emotions, mood swings you were going through. Pen down those emotions, pen down those cognitions and mood swings which you were going through after you had the physical relationship. Pen down all the effects and side effects and after effects. After you exploring another body or another body exploring your body. For example, just like it was cool, everybody in college was going out with someone, right? Being a youngster, how you felt. So I request all of you, please pen this down. Yes, I request all of you to post yes in the chat if you are doing the exercise, if you're able to understand, and if you have completed the second step of the exercise. Because now we will be doing the third step. And in this step, all of you have to go through the whole experience, the whole thing, and you have to completely complete the whole thing. You have to do completion with the whole thing, whether it is the cognition you carry or the incompletion you carry, complete with everything. Please understand, completion is basically you go and you relive that moment when it actually happened. So when we relive it, we forget the current identity we have at present. We become that time. For example, that incident happened to you for the first time when you were 16 years old. So now you forget that you are a 40-year-old or you are a 30-year-old, and you go back and you become that 16-year-old, right? So when we relive, we do not remember. Please understand, if you are remembering and when you're remembering, it is only going to add more incompletions and more suffering. So reliving is as if it is happening to you all over again in this moment. So we create the whole thing as it is, the same ambience, as much as you recreate the whole thing in your mind as it is, as if it is happening to you in present moment. When we do that for mind, it is happening to us again in this moment, but now we go through it with awareness. So when we go through it with awareness, we will see that all the pains, all the sufferings, all the powerlessness moments will simply disappear. And what we will be left with be just a memory, right? So it is a very powerful process for us to come out of all the incompletions, pains, and suffering. This completion can be done for anything. So for now, we are going to relive the incident which we have penned down in the last step. In this step, we are going to go through it and complete. So if anyone has any questions or any doubts, please do post in the chat. So please understand, in this step, we are going to relive, right? So in step 2, we actually pen down all the cognitions which inspired us to explore another body or to let someone else explore our body. And after having the physical relationship, what were the cognitions, what were the emotions and mood swings you went through? So these, what are cognitions, emotions and mood swings we have written, we are going to complete with those in the next step. So that is the step we are going to do, right? So all these mood swings and emotions which we went through when we went into a physical relationship for the very first time, we are going to complete with that. What were the effects? What were the side effects? I request all of you, please take time and write it down in detail. What was the effect? What was the side effect and the after effects of it? How did you feel about yourself? What did you cognize about yourself? What all mood swings you went through? Write all of that down. When we write that down in detail, and when you complete with that, you will see that you will have such a beautiful completion. It will help you to identify your gender. So if anyone of you do not understand, please write it down. Completion is not going and remembering the thing. Completion is reliving. So I request all of you, the incident what you have written, please relive it. Yes, and all of us have to understand that this is a very powerful exercise. So I also request all the participants, whoever is not on the camera, to come in front of the camera and sit. You will see it will really help you. Just sit and go through all the incidents. Even if you feel suffocated, even if you feel powerless, whatever might be the emotions, whatever emotions come up in you, sit and relive the whole thing. Write it down in detail. I hope all of you are able to understand the exercise. Ma Susan Cylinder, Ma Martha, Ma Chun Yu, Ma Ayan Zhang, Ma Parameshwari Priya. If you have doubts, feel free to post in the chat. Ma Carolina, Ma Iqbal, Ma Grace Lian. I hope all of you are able to understand and all of you are able to do the exercise. If you need help or if you have a question, if you have a doubt, feel free to post in the chat.
Yes, I request all of you to feel free, post on the chat if you have any questions or if you have any doubts. If you need help in something, if you're not able to understand Ma Grace, Ma Priyatma Swarupini, all of you can post. Feel free to post on the chat. We'll be more than happy to help. Yes. Now, once all of you have done this exercise, I hope all of you have been able to complete it and do the exercise. Now we'll be moving on to the power manifestation. Yes, and in this round of power manifestation, we are going to be manifesting the power of materialization. So I hope all of you are ready. For any of you who are new or who have not manifested this power yet, this is the power where just by connecting to Swamiji and chanting the Mahavakya, you will be raising your frequency. See, what happens is every time we chant the Mahavakya, our frequency raises to a higher level. And whenever our frequency raises, at that time the materialization just happens. It is like a side effect which happens whenever your frequency raises. So just by connecting to Swamiji and remembering Swamiji, you're going to request Swamiji to manifest through you. And when you raise to that higher frequency, the materialization will just happen for you. So this is actually a very exciting power and it's a very easy power to manifest. So I request all of you to take 2 minutes now and go wash your hands. Make sure there's no dust or kumkum or sandalwood powder and any of this is not there around you so that we can keep the manifestation foolproof.
And we can also take pictures just to double confirm. This is a very exciting power, and I request all of you, please do not miss to participate. And as we do the whole process of getting initiated into the powerful cognitions, then doing the internalization and completion, when we do this power manifestation, we will see that we simply manifest, right? And we will be able to manifest all the powerful cognitions which Swamiji has initiated us into through this power manifestation. Please understand, when we involve ourselves in all these sessions through the day, and when we go and sit before Swamiji to receive the initiation, it is a very, very powerful happening. We simply receive the initiation from Swamiji and able to manifest it in our lives. So I request you, do not miss this preparation, do not miss any of these sessions during the whole day.
Yes, now once all of you have finished washing your hands, you can take a picture of your hands before the manifestation so that you can keep it as a record. Take a picture of your hands. And you'll see while doing the materialization, when you're connecting to Swamiji, the initial level will be manifesting black specks or manifesting gold dust. You will start getting all of this in your palms. You might get even the sacred basma, or you'll get the kumkum, chandan. All of this will start manifesting. So when you're checking it, when you're manifesting, you can watch out for all of this. And now we will be starting the manifestation. So I request everyone to sit straight now with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Remember Swamiji in your third eye. Just visualize Swamiji's image in your third eye. And start chanting the Mahavakya. Connect to Swamiji and keep your hands keep your hands like this and clasp your hands together. This is called Samana Mudra. Yes, so you'll see when you clasp your hands like this, your manifestation will be foolproof and you will be able to do the materialization. Yes, and now in that space of oneness with Swamiji, just declare for the materialization to happen.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Connect to Swamiji in your third eye. Unclutch from all of the things happening around you, any thoughts going on inside you. Unclutch from everything. Just have that space of deep feeling connection, the deep space of oneness with Swamiji. You just need to hold that space of oneness, and you will see that just in that space, when you are there in that space, Swamiji will take care of the manifestation. He will flow through you and he will manifest for you. So just knowing that yes, Swamiji is going to manifest it, having that surrender, just connect to Swamiji and hold that space of oneness.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Nithyananda Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
I request everyone to slowly relax now. You can slowly open your eyes and relax.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
And now you can check your hands. You can check if the manifestation has happened. If you are able to see any kumkum or any chandan powder, or even if you have if your hands are glittery, or if your hands have black specks, all of this is a starting of the materialization. So you can look for all of this. You can even use your torchlight. Check on your hands. Check around you if what about for the materialization. And I also request all of you not to forget to take pictures of the manifestation. Ma Lita, Ma Iqbal, Ma Maluhia. I hope all of you are able to, all of you are seeing and verifying your manifestation. So you can check, use a torchlight, see what you were able to materialize. Yes, and once all of you have verified, you can post your manifestation. You can post your experience of the manifestation. You can post on the chat on the Facebook page. I request all of you to go ahead and take 2 minutes to post your experience. And you can also invite any of your friends or any of your family whom you know need completion and who face incompletions or who face powerlessness with their gender or anything related to gender. Today all of us are going to be getting the initiation from Swamiji to experience the ultimate gender, Ardhanadishwara. So you can invite any of your friends or family. Today's day, all the exercises, completion, everything which we're doing will really help them experience the completion. So all of you can go ahead and post your experience, share your experience with your friends, with your family. Invite them to come and join today's day of Paramashivoham. Yes, and as all of you are posting your experience and sharing your experience, we will be moving on to the next session. And in this session, we are going to be having an exclusive session from Swamiji himself, where all of you will be learning about the 11 genders. What are the 11 genders in Hinduism? So please stay tuned as we move on to the next session and we learn about the 11 different types of genders in Hinduism.
Now, what I am going to talk, you need to listen with a lot of intensity. I'm going to share some of the most subtle principles. I'm not going to tell you what should be done, should not be done, right, wrong, and all. I'm going to share some of the subtle principles. Then I'll help you to discover your gender. First thing, understand, Paramashiva is very clear. There is no such thing as a straight male or straight female. Slaves, Shudras, Chandalas, the lower middle class people who do not involve themselves with the life, only they started identifying themselves with a one straight gender. Please understand. Listen carefully. I am repeating. People who don't get involved with the life, they identify themselves as straight male or straight female because you don't need to do much work on you. See, you always wanted to assume the idea about you which does not demand awareness response. Listen carefully. See, you have 4 layers. Physical body, then physiological system, then your psychological layer, then your being, individual consciousness. Understand, one is male, another one is female, another one is male, another one is female. Means that if it is combination, you will have a balanced life. But if it is overloaded, physical, physiological, both are male. Physical, physiological, both are female means you are stuck. You will constantly have that same sexual habit and practice, but same, you will collapse. Because fundamentally the problem is not external action, internal concept. Listen. I'm getting into the details. So I will repeat 2-3 times. Because, see, one of the biggest problem is this subject of sex, because you are trained and the whole pattern of you is not to discuss about this subject or not even to show you have a knowledge about this subject. You always keep these words, ideas aside. Now, I am not teaching you about your so-called sexual act. I am teaching you about your sexual identity. Listen carefully. If your body is male body and your physiology is passive and your psychology is again masculine, consciousness is passive, you will have a completion and fulfillment. Let me explain what I mean by that word. Body, a masculine body, aggressive body is actually good, healthy.
It will be very energetic, active. But aggressive physiology is bad. Aggressive physiology means physiology which is always pushing itself to the extreme. Means highest border blood pressure, it will go on. Only when it reaches, it cannot handle anymore, it will stop. Highest creatinine level in your urine. Highest level of sugar. Means the physiology, your intra-organs and internal organs should not be aggressive, pushing itself to the extreme. Please listen carefully. The Hindu jewelry, like this nose piercing, ears piercing, Rudraksha in the armpit, all these are actually, traditionally they wear Rudraksha in the armpit. They pierce the armpit and wear Rudraksha. All these are actually to make your physiology passive. All this makes your physiology passive in multiple ways. Now understand one thing. If your body is male, your physiology should be passive. If your body is female, your physiology should be very active. Active physiology will burn the fat in the female body. Active physiology will increase the high blood pressure and diabetes in the male body. I'll repeat, listen. The truths I am sharing now with you cuts across the field of sex, physical, physiology, internal organs, intra-organs, and the science of medicine. Please understand every statement I am making to you. I have validated even with modern science. So you don't have to worry. I am not talking just from Vedas and Upanishads and Agamas. I am not putting you in any risk. I have thoroughly vetted all these statements with the modern day researches and findings. So whatever I am talking, you can very comfortably practice. First listen and imbibe, that's enough. Then I'll make sure how you will practice. Listen carefully. If you are male body and your physiology always gets restless, agitated with no problem situation, when there is no problem externally, if you feel restless inside, you will create problem. Not only that, you will identify your masculinity with the problem management. The aggression is identified falsely as your valor. Stupidity. Romance is the highest valor, I tell you. Highest valor of a man is romance, not sex. Highest valor of the man is romance, not sex. The physiology is being passive is the most graceful, powerful way a man can exist. Physiology being powerful, aggressive is the best way a woman can exist. Listen, I will repeat. You have 4 layers. Physical body, the body which you are having. Your physiology, when I say your physiology, I mean 2 components. One, your internal organs, an intra-organ which controls your internal organs. For example, in your throat, the thyroid is internal organ. The Vishuddhi chakra is intra-organ. Pituitary is internal organ. Third eye is the intra-organ. Your heart and lungs is internal organ. Anahata chakra is intra-organ. Your intra-organs control your internal organs. Please listen. See, please understand, every word I am uttering is like a formula. If it goes and settles in you, it will create at least 1,000 powerful cognition. Those powerful cognitions releases knowledge. From that knowledge arises your actions. Listen carefully. What I am sharing with you is formulas. From that formulas arises thousands of powerful cognitions. From that powerful cognitions arises knowledge. From that knowledge, right actions arises. So when I am giving you formula, don't miss. Listen. Your physical body, your physiological system, your psychological system, and your being, consciousness. If your physical body is male, ideally your physiological system should be female. Means your internal organs should be more passive, not pushing you to the extreme. Your psychology should be very alive, aggressive, and your consciousness should be very cool and compassionate. One of the worst thing I found in the modern day boys, psychologically, listen carefully. Psychologically, absolutely impotent. So much of mood swing. Listen carefully. Psychologically, so much of mood swing that directly affects the body, so much impotency, but physiologically very active, means so much of fantasy and desire about sex, but physically impotent, because psychologically impotent. Understand this layer. Your spouse can understand what I am saying more than you. If you are sitting here with your spouse, she will tell you what I am teaching is how much true. Listen. Now I am talking about men, then I will move to the women next. Listen carefully. Any psychology with full of mood swing will produce body impotent. But the physiology will be very aggressive. Listen, this is the biggest problem modern day youth is suffering. You may be thinking modern day youth is very lusty. No, impotent fellows. Listen carefully. Toxins are responsible. Your mood swing affecting the body, you should not work on mind, you should work on detoxification, body. If your mood swing affects your physiology, you need medicine. If your mood swing affects your body, you just need detoxification. In the modern human being, the whole problem I found, their mood swings affect body, not physiology. Listen, I have seen in my village, the elders, when the wife dies, their mind goes through so much, their body stops functioning. Listen carefully. Not that body is diseased, their physiology stops functioning. Listen, I'll repeat now. Understand these layers. Body, physiology, psychology. I call psychology only as a mind. Your psychological layer, mind. Then your being, individual consciousness. When your mind is affected by something, if your body is affected, you need detoxification. Not any medical attention. If your mind affects your psychology, your physiology, then you need medicine. For example, you have a depression, your body suffers that mood swing. Then you need detoxification. No medicine will work. How much ever you give depression medication, nothing will work. If your psychology problems affect your physiology, intra-organs and internal organs, only then the medicines will help. There is two different things. I think you need to listen very subtle, careful, because what I am talking is one of the most subtlest principles of the identity game you play. I know I need to insert this very step by step, this whole knowledge into you. That is why I was first helping you to internalize and then take you to the next level. But if you understand this, it can liberate you from many of your useless pride you carry. If you can, you see, you always think, if you can throw tantrum by shouting, you established your masculine powerfulness. For women, if you cry and collapse and blackmail everyone and get what you wanted, you feel successful. You are not understanding both these patterns are absolutely destructive. They are not definition of your identity. They are identity crisis actually. Listen carefully. How many of you are understanding these 2 points? Aggression more than needed to get what you want, and blackmailing and collapsing more than needed to throw tantrum and get what you want. Both. Listen carefully. If you do overacting, knowing you are overacting, you are intelligent. But after some time, even if you forget you are overacting and start believing that is the truth, you are a fool. A person who knows he is overacting and be intelligent to keep the distance between his overacting and his own cognitions is an enlightened being. That is what is the gap, the unclutched gap which Krishna lives in. What I call the state of Paramashiva. Understand, I am throwing multiple ideas towards you. Even if you catch 2-3, that's enough. I am not expecting that you will catch everything I am saying. Even if you catch 2, see, if I am throwing 100 and you catch 2 or 3, that's more than enough. I am okay with it. But I expect and request you to try to grasp as much as possible. I'll repeat now. It's very subtle principles. Straight, simple technique I can give. If you are a male in a male body, entertain more and more and more of non-sexual romance. Build lots of romantic relationships and never get into sexual relationship. This will completely raise you to the highest Tantra. If you are in the female body, be aggressive warrior. Learn things like a karate, physically breaking. Please understand, now what I am saying will align your whole physiology and this whole alignment of physical, physiology, psychology and consciousness. Physical diseases, understand? Fundamental physical diseases, and it will make you manifest powers. A romantic man and aggressive woman can manifest multiple powers just like that. A physically aggressive female body, physiologically soft, intense, romantic male body will manifest huge powers. I am giving you a straight essence. I'll give you the science also. I'll teach you the science so you can identify your gender and see the misshape. Why you create so much mess around you. See, many times, just because you want to take revenge on your dad, you go and destroy your body, your mind, your life. Just you want to throw tantrum. You just want to prove your dad that you are not going to listen to him anymore. I have seen. That is the way most of you start drinking and smoking, just to say no to dad. Just to say no to him, do something. Understand, that is the way you start feeling, defining your box of the identity. Now, it will not collapse by any practice. Intense romance based, but not physical touch. Multiple relationships. Very loving, very caring. That is why in Hindu tradition, other than your wife, everyone is Didi. In Hindu tradition, that is the way. Other than your wife, everyone is either mother or daughter. I tell you. Mother, daughter, sister relationship, where a sweet friendliness and romance is shared, but no sexual relationship. One of the biggest problem in the modern day, we forgot Romance can exist without sexual relationship. Love, care can exist without sexual relationship. That's one of the biggest toxification happen to men. Understand? The biggest toxification happen to men is not pornography. The biggest toxification happen to men is men are made to believe that without sex, romance cannot exist. No. I tell you, there are multiple ways to relate other than the sexual relationship. Any person who develops that ability starts manifesting power in male body. It's actually power manifestation technique. Aggressive women, warrior women are always the witches. Don't give the wrong meaning to the word witches. W-I-T-H-C-H. They are the most powerful Rudraganyas. Rudraganyas of the West are only abused as witches and killed and burnt and destroyed. They were very powerful sacred women. All the Hindu goddesses, if you see, always they are described as a warriors. Show me a single Hindu goddess who is not a warrior. All Hindu goddesses are described only as a warrior, born for war. They are branding itself as warriors, but it is not for all the male gods. It's not for all the male gods. But any female god, the description, born for warrior, waging war. Understand? Shiva Shakti, yin yang, the internal completion of physical, physiology, psychology and being. It always need to be other qualities. The layers, listen carefully. When you bring a non-sexual, highly romantic physiology into male body, you and others mistake you are a gay. I don't know how many of you are able to catch what I am saying. Even you mistake, because West teaches you only if all your relationships are sexual act based, you are a male straight. If your relationships are more romance, love based, even you start doubting, am I gay? Understand? How many of you are able to understand what I am saying? First of all, gay is not wrong. Second, even if you identify yourself as a gay, it may be off understanding. If you go to the third layer, psychology, and perceive aggression there, then you are not gay, you are complete. Understand, I am not promoting being straight or being gay or being transgender or being bisexual and all that. I am only helping you to identify what category you belong to. So you get comfortable with the category you belong to. The moment you get comfortable, you are liberated. Because any stress within your gender identity is identity crisis. If there's no stress with your gender identities, you become transcendental gender. You become liberated being. After that, your actions no more bind you. And everyone who comes around you feels such grace. They feel showered, fulfilled, complete. I wanted this session to be watched 2-3 more times because many things which I said, you need to hear again and again and allow it to sink in you. If your body is male, bring more romance in your physiology. If your body is female, bring more aggression in your physiology. If you alter the physiology, psychology and being aligns by itself, because that too zone you cannot do anything, only I can do. That listens only to initiation. Only to the level of physiology your will persistence works. More than the physiology, your will persistence does not work. Your psychology and conscious being level, only I will have to work. Initiation works. Awakened Kundalini works. These various permutation combinations in the physical level, aggressive, physiological aggressive, psychological passive, consciously dull. This becomes one kind of a gender. Most of the modern day men are like this only. Absolutely impotent. Don't feel disrespected. I'm revealing the truth to you. Listen carefully. As long as you believe by overpowering, you can define your identity. If you are in the male body and believe in overpowering defines your identity, you are a fool, impotent. If you are in female body and throwing tantrum and collapsing victim mood makes you successful and gets you what you want, you are Mudevi, inauspiciousness. Nobody should live with you. Listen. Now I'm describing all the negative aspects first. So you understand and it really hits you. Whenever I utter these words, if it hits you and hurts you, don't worry. Once for all, that patterns will leave you. Because your inner space, deep down, is already in love with me. That is why you are sitting. That is why so much of power manifestation. Understand? All power manifestation is sexual energy aligned. That's all. The sexual wounds in you, when they are healed, you manifest powers. Every power you manifest, I have healed 10 sexual wounds in you. That's all. Aggression gets into the field where you have to be passive, and passiveness gets into the field where you have to be passionate. This whole mess, I heal. That's all. Every power manifestation is nothing but sexual wounds getting healed. The gender identity related wounds getting healed is what is power manifestation. When I pour Kundalini in you, the gender identity related pains disappear. The pains you carry because of rejection and aggression, feeling exploited or feeling used, or feeling you used others, all this just gets melted down. And fundamentally, love in its pure form do not cause any of this pattern. Feeling exploited or exploiting, pain or rejection, all these are misplaced gender identities, not actual reality. Please understand, now I want to tell you one thing. Really, whenever you feel rejected by somebody, that person suffers. You rejected that person. Later on, if you have open heart-to-heart conversation, both of you will realize both of you suffered feeling rejected. It is not one. I don't know how many of you are able to understand what I am saying. How many of you experienced this? No, I am telling you the truth. I am telling you the truth. In reality, the pure love never causes pain. All pain is from delusion, misplaced gender identity. See, if your society teaches you, if this are qualities are there, only then your love should be recognized by you, that is where the problem starts. Anything which does not cause pain, enjoy. Anything which causes pain, keep yourself away from it. That's all. Just avoid violence. There is no other law in life. I am interested only in healing you and making you manifest powers. Listen. Listen carefully. How many of you are able to understand this misplaced ideas of identity gender created too much mess in you and your actions and reactions? Raise your hand. That's enough. Now listen. One of the most healing thing is knowing that others also have same problem as you. That heals you a lot. That gives you a lot of comfort. Understand? Because I have to infuse Kundalini into the deepest corners of your identity. The male, female, right, wrong, aggression, good, bad, everything. That is so your core being feels very intimate with me. And that core being just knows I know everything, and you don't need to worry about hiding or explaining, or you just need to be, you can be as you are. That core confidence is what I call integrity to Guru. Integrity with Guru. Understand? Integrity with me does not mean you need to tell your whole life to me. I don't want to listen to all that blue film stories. No. Who wants to listen? You should know I know everything and you don't need to tell me. That is what is integrity. Understand? You feeling I know everything and you neither need to tell me nor you need to hide from me. See, understand? Even if you think you need to tell me everything, it is not integrity. Then you think I don't know. You should know very clearly, I neither need to hide from him, nor need to tell him. Explain to him. He knows. I cannot hide because he knows. I don't need to tell because he knows. That is what is integrity. Understand? Either you try to hide or you try to tell, both are not integrity. How many of you are understanding this? Trying to tell, trying to hide, both are non-integrity. Knowing clearly, I neither need to tell nor need to hide, he knows. That is integrity. Understand? Whoever in the corners deep down has that click with me, you will continuously manifest powers, because that is what is the umbilical cord connection between you and me. Not telling everything about your life, nor hiding, knowing he knows neither I need to tell nor I need to hide. Actually, I know whatever is in you, but I don't know. My unknown knows all your known and unknown. My avyakta knows all your avyakta, anvyakta. Because my avyakta, unmanifest, knows your manifest and unmanifest, I know your unmanifest and manifest. Because I know my unmanifest. Listen. Listen. In you, your manifest does not know your unmanifest. In me, my manifest knows my unmanifest. My unmanifest knows you are manifest and unmanifest both. Because my unmanifest knows you are manifest and unmanifest, and I know my unmanifest, I know you are manifest and unmanifest. I'm not playing with words. I'm making you understand. This will solve a lot of your problems and make you catch the integrity. Because my unmanifest knows you are manifest and unmanifest, and I know my unmanifest, I know you are manifest and unmanifest. How many of you are understanding this statement? Yes. And my manifest unnecessarily never tries to know your unmanifest and manifest. My manifest learns from my unmanifest about your unmanifest only to guide you and help you whenever required, wherever required. So, you can be rest assured, I know everything and I will not know everything. So, you neither need to be feeling, you need to hide from me, nor need to be feeling, you need to tell me everything. Neither transparency nor hiding is required. Just the trust. Swamiji knows. So neither I need to hide, nor I need to tell. He just knows. That is what is integrity. How many of you are catching what I am saying? Understand? If we spend few more minutes and watch this whole thing, what I said is like a zigzag puzzle. I made statement about aggression, I made statement about women, I made statement about so many things. You need to watch this at least once or twice for the whole zigzag puzzle to fall in place. How many of you are understanding what I am saying? Then, I want to answer your questions precisely. Only that way I can take you to the deeper level understanding about gender identification. I have to smash thousands of incompletions you carry about this gender identification. Biggest violence done to human beings is ignorance about the gender, wrong ideas about the gender being injected on people. I want you to spend few minutes in watching this whole session once more. Then I wanted to answer your questions and take you to the precise depth process. I want to tell you guys, first time I have ever started opening up, speaking in detail. Because I am free. And I tell you guys, hey, all of you, directly or indirectly, have taken the responsibility for me to have my own nation. So I commit with you, I will give you the ultimate freedom. Because I wanted this freedom to give you enlightenment. I have nothing to achieve. I have nothing to gain. With all this freedom, as the people who are living around me, I don't even come down from the room other than the class. I don't even go out for a walk. I just sit in my bed whole day. Whenever I have class, I come and sit here and do the class. Just go and sit there. That's all. So my freedom is only to give enlightenment to all of you. I have nothing else to do. And you guys have supported me directly, indirectly, multiple ways. By giving your time, treasure, talent, so many ways. And I commit with you guys, I'll give you absolute enlightenment, uncompromising.
Yes. Nithyanandam, to all the participants. That was a very beautiful session. Swamiji spoke on 11 genders. See, understand, most of the time, all of us limit ourselves saying that just because I'm carrying a female body, I'm a female. Or just because I'm a male body, I'm a male. Most of the time, we associate ourselves the way with the body which we are having. Even a transgender. And a person who's apart from the gender, meaning the male, female, so for example, transgender, we always look little low about them. But very beautifully, Swamiji shares that they are 11 genders. In Hinduism, Paramashiva beautifully says that you have 11 genders. To understand, you may have a female body, but the way you react, the way you behave will be different. You may be having a female body, you may be having a male body, but all your actions, all your behavior, all your reactions will be like a female body. So understand, you are not just limited to your body which you are carrying. You have 11 genders. Very beautifully, Swamiji says, you have 11 different genders in which you can identify yourself with. I request all participants to post if you have any questions, any doubts. Please feel free to post in the chat section. As very beautifully, Swamiji, we gave a methodology to find out which gender do we belong to. So you understand, most of them always have a question. Okay, I'm a female body, but I need to behave a female. But my natural instincts are not a female body. What is it do I need to do? You no need to worry about that. As Swamiji says very beautifully, for you to know which gender you belong to, there are 4 ways in which you need to cognize yourself. There are 4 different questions. Paramashiva was very beautifully given. There's 4 different levels. You need to identify which layer do you belong to, which gender do you belong to. As Swamiji shares very beautiful, a woman is naturally passive, but she needs to become aggressive. A woman, a female body, naturally has to have that aggressiveness within themselves. Same way a male, naturally, for example, take an example of a family. Usually the relationship will be daughter and a father, mother and a son. Why? Because father is always passive. And father is always aggressive, as Swamiji says. Father is always aggressive. But we need to understand that if you become aggressive, a male body, a person who's having a male body, you need to become passive. This is Swamiji says very beautifully. All male bodies, you can have enough amount of romantic relationship. Make your whole life romantic, but do not get to the physical act. Whereas Swamiji says very beautifully, for a female body, they're already passive, they need to become aggressive. Their nature, their way of approach needs to become aggressive. When these two combination meets, meaning when a male who's so passive and a female who's so aggressive, when both of these meet, those beings simply just manifest powers. As Swamiji says very beautifully, even in our Hindu Puranas, our gods and goddesses, let's say Parvati, Durga, Mahalakshmi, Mahasaraswati, any god, it is being portrayed as if they are a warrior, as if they are having as if they are being a warrior, they are being a king. To take the example of Durga, the one who killed Mahishasura, she is always known as Mahishasura Mardini. Why? The one who killed Mahishasura, the demon named Mahishasura, she is being represented as a warrior. Whereas a male, let's say let's say Paramashiva himself, Paramashiva, the one who's so coolly relaxing on Mount Kailash, sitting and being in meditation, being in samadhi. Very passive. That is why even in Hindu Puranas also, the gods are very passive and all the goddesses are very aggressive in nature. I request all participants to post. If you have any questions, any doubts you have, please feel free to post in chat section. As this topic is very important for all of us to understand, because all of us are going to get more clarity on this topic in today's darshan. Okay, Ma. Priyat Surupini, you have asked, Ma, to make female body more aggressive, what more have to do, Ma? And that too after a marriage and with a kid. Can yoga make her body aggressive, Ma? Okay, Ma Karni Natrajani, you have posted. We need to hear about it more often. And also, Ma Purushananda, you have asked, Ma, I really want to know about what physiological means. Swamiji said it is your chakras and such. How can those be male or female? See, Ma, understand, if you're a female body, Ma Purushananda, if you're a female body, you naturally have a female energy. A female energy will be flowing through you. If you're a male body, of course, there is no difference between energies. But when the energy level, the frequency energy which a female body has is completely different from a male body. This is why Swamiji says very beautifully, even for a few temples which is there in India, take an example of Sabrimala temple. Why is it only male bodies can enter? Because that energy center is only tuned in for a male energy. It is not tuned in for a female energy. Whereas there's few more temples in India where temples are being tuned in only for a female energy but not to a male energy. So understand, Ma, your physiological, your energy flow which is happening inside of you thus matters whether it's a female or a male. Yes, of course, the chakras, the energy centers, they cannot be segregated male and female, but the frequency in which they are in. Okay, you're saying the Swamiji said the physiological means your intra-organs. How can your intra-organs can be male or female? Okay, see, Ma Purushananda, see, you're a female body. Naturally, a female energy frequency is being radiated through you. Intra-organs, see, understand? See, my intra-organs are energy centers. They are like powerhouses. They radiate means like they store energy. Very beautifully, Swamiji says, chakras are nothing but powerhouses of energies. So these chakras store energy in all of us. So I understand, Ma, yes, intra-organs it doesn't have a gender. Intra-organs, they're neither of male or female, but the energy which is stored. If you're a female body, it's a female. If it's a male body, it's a male. That's why Swamiji says that you need to know what your physiological is. For some people, even though you have a female body, your physiological will be a male. For some people, even if you are a male body, Your physiological will be a female. That is why Paramashiva says there are total 11 genders. Understand? Physical layer. All of us know that we are a female, we are a male body. Physiological level, our psychological level, our conscious level. Are you physiologically aggressive or passive? I request all participants to look into yourself and see whether you're physiologically, mean like, are you aggressive or passive? Meaning, Swamiji is saying, see, when a female warrior, that is, let's take an example of Durga. She is a female goddess, right? She represents what? Ferocious, being a warrior. That is why if you want to, let's say, remove any negativity in our house, immediately you go approach Durga, Kali. Okay, you're asking how we know if a physiological is aggressive or passive. That you need to look into yourself and see, ma. The kind of way you are reacting, as Swamiji shares very beautifully, the way we are reacting to people, our kind of tolerance which we cherish, is it aggressive or passive? Are you understanding, Ma Purushananda? Okay, Ma. Priyatma Surupani, you're asking, how can we make ourselves more aggressive? Yes, Ma. By doing yoga, as Swamiji says, by doing yoga, doing tapas, doing the Dvitivinyasa yoga, doing all the tapas, all these things which make you feel aggressive. Like even doing, Swamiji also says, taking more responsibility, the leadership quality. That also will actually make you experience becoming a very aggressive Priyatma. Yes. So now, I request all participants now to look in and see whether in all these 4 layers, are you aggressive or are you passive? Okay, Ma Priyatma, okay, Ma Purushananda Yakin. So one's thought current determines if you're passive or aggressive in your physiological level. See, Ma, that determines our psychological layer, because our thought currents happens in our psychological layer. Our physiological is related to our energy centers. Meaning, when you're doing power manifestation, in that moment of time, when you're in oneness experience with Swamiji, are you aggressive during that moment of time? Means, are you aggressive active or are you passively active? Because as Swamiji says, when a female body is aggressive, when female body is naturally aggressive, she manifests tremendous power manifestation. Same way, when a male person is passive during the power manifestation, he manifests extraordinary powers. This is why, take example of Swamiji. Swamiji is neither male or female. He is passive and aggressive. He is both. That is why he is Paramashiva. So I request all participants to look inside yourself and see whether are you physiologically passive, psychologically passive, or consciously passive, or whatever it is. Okay. So understand, we need to bring the right, Swamiji also says very beautifully, we need to bring the right association within ourselves. See, a male body brings more romance in your physiological level. Means aggression more than needed to get what you want. That's the wrong idea. See, most of the time male figure, what happens in life, they always perceive to be aggressive. See, Purushananda, Swamiji says very beautifully, the way of life, the way you perceive. For example, when situations are arising in front of you, In what way you perceive it? What is the way you react to it? Naturally, a male body become more aggressive. When a situation arises to them, what happens naturally? They are more aggressive. Then they feel that they can get what they want. But whereas a female body, passiveness. We feel that if I be passive, I can get what I want. That is why we fall into victimhood. We go to powerlessness, we cry. All these things happen. That's why Swamiji says, a female body needs to bring in more aggression in your physiological level. What happens is that when you are so aggressive, when you're so passive in your physiological level, you start blackmailing, collapsing more than needed to, you throw a tantrum, and you get what you want. You feel that only you become passive, I can manifest what that I want. Whereas a male will think only for being aggressive, I can get things the way I want it to. I request all participants, if you're okay. Mahapurushananda, I hope this answers your question. As Swamiji says very beautifully, the way you respond to your life. For example, when situation is arising, for example, let's say, for example, you fought with your mother. Or let's say something happened in your house and you're fired. Immediately, what happens for a female? We become so passive. We get into victimhood pattern. We blame ourselves. We get into powerless, become more passively in nature. Understand? Passiveness is different. Motherliness is different. Passiveness is where you're just being so passive with yourself, saying that, oh, I am the one who manifested this, I'm the reason for this, what to do, I have to feel about it. But at this moment of time, if a female becomes aggressive, yes, I have made a mistake, I'll take the responsibility to cover up my mistake. When a female body changes her way of approach from being passive to aggressive, she manifests powers. Same way, the same situation, a male. What happens when the boss fires at him? He becomes more aggressive in nature. But in that point of time, when he becomes passive, he manifests extraordinary powers. I request all participants to post if you have any questions or doubts you have, please feel free to post in the chat section, as this is a very important session. All of us need to understand, as in today's initiation, all of us are going to identify which gender we belong to and going to complete in all the blockages we have in our gender identity. Okay. So now my Priyatma Surupini here. Okay. Now my Purushananda you have posted. Not sure how an energy body can become more passive or aggressive. Yet you're saying in power manifestation, a person is aggressive or passive. That's the question, right? I don't know how the conscious layer can be aggressive or passive. Can you give an example of both, please? I'm a female of an all four, I think. I really don't know how to be aggressive at that part. And okay, my Purushan and again posted. Maybe someday I will understand. Yet I still don't see how physiologically or consciousness can be aggressive. Seema, I'll give an example of Devi Parvati. Okay. Devi Parvati, she really wanted to marry Paramashiva even when she was small, and she wants to become big. Yes. When she really wanted to manifest this intention, first she thought that I need to go approach Paramashiva. And all of us know the story how Kama came and he shoot the arrow and all those things happened when Paramashiva burned Kama out of his third eye. And then after what happened? Okay, she understood that I cannot approach in this way. So what Parvati did was, she did intense tapas to reach Paramashiva. She understood it only through devotion. Only by making herself aggressive, she can reach Paramashiva. So what she did? She did tapas. She, like various different types of tapas she did. So even in a physiological way of approach, she was very clear that I'm going to be aggressive until I reach Paramashiva. So that is why she got the name Aparna, the one who's always strong, aggressive. At last, what happened? Paramashiva was so happy with Parvati's meditation and tapas, her being aggressiveness. He came down, but not as Paramashiva himself. He came down as an hermit. And what happened was, even being as a hermit, Paramashiva asked, "Oh, you're such a beautiful being. Why do you want to sit in your whole life and meditate for someone who does not even respond to our cries? Why do you want to marry someone who lives in the cremation ground, wears all the ashes? Why all?" Paramashiva, as this guy, he's saying all this to Parvati. So Parvati is like, she cannot tolerate how Paramashiva can be spoken like that. Because she feels Paramashiva is the only ultimate. And anyone speaking against Paramashiva, she will not withstand. She can't withstand it. So, at the time she said that it is such a great sin to be in the presence of a person who's uttering such words. Meaning, even in a physiological level, when she wants to reach Paramashiva, she is aggressive. Even in a psychological level, when she wants to achieve Paramashiva, she is aggressive. Even the very being level, consciousness level also, she is very clear. I'm going to be aggressive in reaching Paramashiva because I know only through this way only I'm going to manifest him. Then what happens? Of course, Paramashiva is so happy. He shows himself saying, "It was me who came in the disguise of a hermit." And he said, "You don't worry, I'll come and accept you. You go tell to your parents, and I'll come down and marry you in Himalayas." So understand, Parvati, physically, she was aggressive. Physically, of course, she's a female body. Physiologically, she was aggressive. Psychologically, to reach Paramashiva, she was aggressive. And consciously in her being also, she was aggressive to reach Paramashiva. So, my Purushan and I are understanding, ma, when a female body is aggressive, of course, in conscious state, when all these 3 states you're aggressive, naturally, consciously, you are going to be aggressive. You will see, ma, how breakthroughs will start happening in your life. Same way, when a male body, when he becomes so passive, when he brings more romance in his relationship, when he brings passiveness in the way of approaching life, he manifests extraordinary powers in his life. He manifests extraordinary breakthroughs in his life. I request all participants to post. If you have any questions, any doubts you have, please feel free to post in the chat section. So, yes, Ma Parameshwari Priya, Ma Istek, Ma Hildi, Ma Kalantrika, Ma Chunyo, I request all of you to post. If you have any questions and doubts you have, please feel free to post in the chat section. Okay, Ma Purushananda, you're saying, okay, so aggressive physiologically and conscious level means determined, not giving a strong sankalpa. Yes, Ma. When you're so aggressive, naturally your energy centers also will go to that point. Like a Parvati, she was aggressive in reaching Parameshwar. Naturally, when her energy was aligned to what she wanted. That's why Swamiji says when a female body is so aggressive with herself in all four levels, she manifests such great powers. So you take example of Sati Savitri. She was so aggressive within herself, that's why she manifests the power of stopping the sunset itself. So understand, when a female body is so aggressive, she manifests extraordinary breakthroughs in her life. When a male body who's so when is so passive in his way of approach to life, in a way, in his psychological level, he manifests breakthroughs in his life. So with this beautiful understanding we get from this session, let us now move ahead to the power manifestation. Because all participants, if you still have any questions, any doubts you have, please feel free to post in the chat section. Yes. Okay. So Purushananda is saying that now I understand finally wanted this for so long. Thank you so much, Ma. So wanted that. No problem, Ma, no problem. If you have any question, request all participants. If you have any clarifications, any doubts you have, please feel free to post in the chat section. It's a very important topic all of us need to understand within ourselves. As in today's initiation, Swamiji is gonna take you beyond these 11 genders to see that you're not just limited to this physical 4 layers alone. You are much more than that. You are Paramashiva, consciousness, which neither has male or female, which does not have any genders. Yes. So, okay, Ma Priyatma Surupni have asked the way, is there different ways for us to become aggressive in our way of lifestyle? See, Ma, if you, okay, to give an example, Swamiji says very beautifully, yoga, routine, power manifestation, the Kailasa routine like morning yoga, followed with Nitya Puja and Satsang, consciously reminding yourself that you're being aggressive on what Swamiji is giving. That itself is enough for you to become aggressive, Ma. Like you doing everyday morning yoga, doing the Ditya Vinyasa Krama, where you're so aggressive with your physical layer, where your physical layer, even a psychological layer, your physiological and conscious layer, you're becoming so aggressive. You will see you manifest. Actually, yoga is one of the beautiful ways Swamiji says. By doing the yoga, you can actually become more aggressive. Okay, Ma Purushananda is asking, Ma female should try to become more aggressive in all 4 levels? Yes, Ma, that's what Swamiji says that. Sorry, in your, yes. In all four levels, it should become aggressive. Yes, so with this beautiful understanding we got from this session, we'll be now moving ahead to the power manifestation. So now, as today throughout the whole day, all the participants, all of you are beautifully manifesting the power of materialization. We'll be continuing to manifest this power. Understand, even during this power of materialization, be aggressive that Paramashiva, I am going to manifest this power. I'm going to experience you. That's it. No other question is that. Let me in that space of ferociousness. In that space, I'm going to manifest this. Same way for all the males, even during the power manifestation also. Declare that Swamiji, I'm just going to be in this passive oneness space with you. I'm just going to enjoy you completely. In that space, let me experience you through the power manifestation. So now request all participants now to take few minutes. You can go wash your hands. Because all of you take a tissue paper and completely wipe your hands to make sure that there's no kinds of particles or dust is there in your system. Yes. Make sure you're checking your hands with a torchlight. Yes. So now, because all participants now clasp your hands in the Samana Mudra, where all your palms are intersecting with each other. Okay? And you can place them on your lap wherever you want. Yes, Ma Susan shoulder, Ma Kani Shivanatrajan, Ma Amrita, Ma Martha, Ma Jnana Vijnana Priya, Ma Priyatma Surupini, Ma Yoga Mala. Yes, because all of you now will be now starting the power manifestation. So now in the Samana Mudra, all the participants now to close your eyes. Remember Swamiji in your inner space. And I request all of you now to start chanting the Mahavakya. Let your whole body vibrate in that space of Mahavakya. Intensely chant the Mahavakya.
Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
I now request all participants now relax. Open your eyes. Slowly open your palms and see whether any manifestation has happened for you. It can be anything. Swamiji would have given you gold sparks, or your whole hand will be red in color like as with some kumkum. Can be anything. And because all participants to open your eyes and see, best you can check your hand under the torchlight to see whether any gold specks and gold particles have been materialized in your hand, or you materialize some basma or sacred ash, like vibhuti, kumkum, turmeric. And because all participants to see how did Swamiji manifest for you. Understand, for each being, Swamiji will come in a different way. Swamiji will manifest in a unique way for all of you. Because all participants to see Whether any manifestations happen for all the participants? Yes, you can open your eyes and see. Yes, Maistek, Ma Jnana Vigrahananda, Ma Priyatma Srupni, Manandishtikas, all of it now to open your palms and see how did Swamiji manifest for you. See, understand, even if you get to manifest, do not worry about it. Enjoy that oneness space with Swamiji. As Swamiji says, power manifestation, you manifesting power is just a side effect, just the result of it. But you being aggressive during the power manifestation, you being ferocious, aggressive during the power manifestation, that itself will make you manifest powers. Like how Parvati, she was aggressive with herself to be with Paramashivoham. Same way, when we become aggressive to manifest powers, you see, Swamiji will just simply manifest for all of you. Okay, my stick you have posted. I'm not able to see any materialization. I enjoy the oneness space. I felt heat around my third eye area. That's wonderful, my stick. See, but just continue to enjoy that space. Just be ferocious with the intention that you want to manifest. You see, it will manifest for you. As Momji says, when you're being aggressive, a female body is aggressive in a physiological level, in her psychological level, in her conscious level. Naturally, she manifests breakthroughs in her life. Same way, a male, when he's passive in his physiological level, in his psychological level, or in his conscious level, he is going to manifest breakthroughs in his life. He is going to manifest extraordinary powers in his life. Yes, my Isaac posted. Yes, I need to be more aggressive in my physiology. That's wonderful, ma. How about you, ma Priyatma Surapini? Did Swamiji manifest anything for you, ma? How did Swamiji manifest for you? And ma Purushananda, ma Ratna Prabha, ma Susan, ma Martina, ma Tarikas, all of the posts, how did Swamiji manifest for all of you? Okay, Makarini have posted. I need to be less aggressive in my psychological layer. So, in this beautiful session, all of us understood that when a female becomes more aggressive, she manifests extraordinary powers. And when a male becomes more passive, he manifests extraordinary powers. So all of us understood that how in a physiological level, we are more passive, we are completely different. Let's say physical. Okay, ma Priyatma Surapini posted, ma, this time I strongly have a feeling that this manifestation is possible for me. I also understood how to be more ferocious. That's wonderful, ma Priyatma Surapini. That's wonderful. You'll see, ma, when you become aggressive, the way you approach life, you will see even the problem which you're experiencing, Swamiji will clearly solve it out, ma. You see, when you become more ferocious in manifesting Swamiji's, in manifesting what the Swamiji is saying, you will see even in your outside world also, you may see, like even the problems which you're facing will get dissolved. Because inside yourself, you are ferocious with the powerful cognition that Swamiji is giving. You are just radiating with the powerful cognition, with the truth that Swamiji is giving. So this will actually help you in a day-to-day life also. So now, let us, as all of us understood this, as Swamiji says very beautifully, Ardhanarishwara is the one whose embodiment, who is beyond any genders of life. He is beyond what we can put as gender itself. He is beyond gender and above gender. He, Bhagwan Ardhanarishwara, he is the deity for one sampradaya called Tantra Sampradaya, where Tantra Sampradaya is nothing but where you're having communion within yourself and with the divine. Let us understand from Swamiji what is this Tantra Sampradaya and how can we experience this Tantra with ourselves in our life. Let us directly understand this beautiful revelation directly from Swamiji.
The word Tantra simply means technique, methodology. In Sanatana Hindu Dharma, all methodology for manifesting the state, space, powers, and being of Paramashiva is called Tantra. That's it. Please understand. State, space, powers, and being of Paramashiva, manifesting that is called Tantra. Any methodology adopted for that purpose is called Tantra. In course of time, it got associated with multiple traditions like Shakta, Bauddha, Samana. In multiple sampradayas, orders, traditions of Hinduism, it got identified, associated, started having different connotations. And then comes the anti-Hindu narratives, anti-Hindu forces, Hindu-phobic forces contains this word and boxes it inside a gory sexual activities and orgies without any understandings and reality. I tell you, Tantra is the most anti-sex practice. In real tantric practice, whether you do it with your own being or you do it with some beings outside, it just liberates you from everything felt as a need or urge. Understand? Food is not wrong, but urge pushing you to eat is wrong. Sex is not wrong, but the urge making you lose your balance and your integrity and pushing you to do the act is wrong. Understand? Anything which breaks your integrity is wrong, not the act. Eating is not wrong, but the urge pushing you to eat is wrong. And sex is not wrong. The urge which makes you lose your integrity for sex is wrong. Tantra works on completion, making you manifest the state, space, powers, and being of Paramashiva. Listen carefully. Multiple, various techniques to experience the state of Paramashiva, like unclutching, completion, to experience the space of Paramashiva, like integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, to experience the powers of Paramashiva, oneness, initiation, aushada, mani, mantra, aushada, to manifest the being of Paramashiva, diksha, ultimate initiation, communion, oneness with Guru, who is embodiment of Paramashiva, makes you manifest the being of Paramashiva. All these various levels, multiple techniques are adopted, methodologies are adopted. All of them are basically called as Tantra. Understand, Tantra is the most anti-sex tradition. If you believe, if you are told Tantra is the sexual tradition, you are cheated. Be very clear, you are cheated. If you think Tantra is sexual activity, you are thoroughly going to be cheated. Understand, it is most anti-sexual activity. It's highest anti-sex. Don't be cheated by the wrong introductions of the Tantra. It is all about working on the urge, not on the action. The whole focus is on the urge, not on the action. The greatest tantric masters, Paramashiva and Parashakti, reveal the science of achieving the ultimate state, space, powers and being of Paramashiva as Tantra. Very few are related to action. Most of them are related to urge. It is all about handling your being and making you manifest Paramashiva. I don't want to say Tantra is sannyas tradition, but I want to say Tantra is the way for ultimate sannyas, the Purana sannyas. It removes all the pain, anger, guilt, shame, everything associated to your body and makes you grounded. I tell you, it settles you with you first. First, you will have ultimate relationship with yourself. The kind of the feeling grounded you need to have. Never to have tears in your eyes can happen only by Tantra. When you are grounded, complete with all the emotions of body shaming, good, bad, right, wrong, everything need to be cleansed. All the toxic ideas inserted into your system, shame, guilt, about your body and how you look and how you feel and the ideas of sex, gender, everything, all the faltu ideas society has inserted into you need to be removed. You need to be detoxified from all that stupid ideas. That's the only way. That's the only way you will get grounded and become a real Rudraganya. Every man should become a Rudra and every woman should become Rudraganya. That is Tantra. Every man should become Paramashiva, every woman should become Parashakti. That is Tantra. Paramashivoham will give you precise understandings about Tantra, deep understandings about Tantra constantly. You demanding yourself and behaving even with yourself as Paramashiva and manifesting the qualities and state, space, powers and being of Paramashiva continuously in your actions, in your life, in your thinking, in your emotions, everything. That is Tantra. That's all is Tantra. Understand? Life in all its possibility manifest is Tantra. The Paramashiva in you and Parashakti in you becoming one, the communion and experiencing oneness is Tantra. The missing link between the Shastra and Stotra is connected just by this Tantra. In Tantra, only one question, how to, that's all. Never why. Never why. It is always how. Throughout the Gita, if you see, Arjuna is putting so many questions. That itself shows he is not interested in the answer. When you put too many questions, be very clear, you are not interested in the answers. So many questions Arjuna is asking. And Krishna is replying. That is why Gita is a philosophy. Shastra. Gitasu, Upanishatsu, Sarva Vidyaya, Yoga Sastre. Shastra. Somebody asked me, Swamiji, why Gita has become so popular? Why not Vijnana Tantra? He said, no, this is only for intelligent people. Naturally, intelligent people are very few. This is not for mass. This is not for intellectuals. This is for intelligence. People who are working in the field of intelligence. People who are intelligent. Only for them, this Tantra. Throughout this Tantra, only once Devi asks only one question, that's all. Devi puts only one question. That is not even a question. Just she awakens Shiva to deliver this, that's all. It's not even a question. Just she gives chance for Shiva to express himself over. But throughout Gita you can see so many questions again and again and again. If you ask why, you'll become a philosopher. If you ask how, you'll become a scientist. Tantra answers only the how, never the why. Tantra answers how. It gives you the technique straight away. Tantra is not at all concerned about the truth. Please be very clear. It is not at all concerned about the truth. It is concerned about your experience of truth. It doesn't want to sell words. It doesn't want to sell empty words. Tantra is not a bookshop. It is not even a library. It is just laboratory. Shastras are libraries. Tantra is a laboratory. It is concerned only about the alchemy process. It wants you to reach it over. It never bothers about what is truth. It bothers how you can reach, how you can achieve. Tantra is too great truth. It is too much on a common mass, on a common man. Normal man cannot digest or tolerate Tantra. Kailasa is the ecosystem I am manifesting. where in this ecosystem, people will flower to their highest possibility. When people are feeling bored, couples are feeling bored, tired, that middle age boredom and tiredness hits them. They should be given the signs of Tantra. They should try to find oneness, not just body alone, through the mind, the common goals, common emotions, commonly what they enjoy, art, science, different fields. And conscious spiritual powers, experience, enlightenment. If you find something which makes you experience oneness, you will never think of divorce. You know how to go to the depths of each one's consciousness and manifest oneness. You will not feel tired or bored with the other person. You know there's so much to explore. So much of possibility is there. This is the science of Tantra. This is the foundation of Tantra. Shiva is embodiment of love. This very story, he gets married after the Manmata was burned, shows the marriage was pure love. It was pure love, the pure bhakti, the pure Anahata Chakra is embodiment of Anahata Chakra. Understand? There's a beautiful description of Shiva and Parvati's relationship in Tantra. The description says the Shiva had the motherly attitude towards Devi. The relationship was described. I was surprised when I read those descriptions. It says Shiva felt Devi is his own mother. A strong motherly connection means what? The pure Anahata. The pure Anahata energy. When the pure Anahata energy is experienced, you feel with the whole world. Either you feel that you are the mother of the whole world, or you feel the whole world is your mother. The story, the description says, Shiva felt Devi is his own mother, and she felt the whole world is her child. If you are in the female body, the female psychology, when Anahata opens, you will feel everybody is your child. When you are in the male body, when you are living with male psychology, if the Anahata opens, you will feel everybody is your mother. That pure feeling connection. When the inner awakening happens in your Anahata,
If you are in the male body, you will feel the whole world is your mother. The whole world is mothering you, protecting you, carrying you. The existence loves you. Existence is fulfilling itself through you. Please understand, you are the expression of existence, strong, pure will. You are not an accident. You are conscious miracle of existence. When your anahata opens, I tell you even this one example, you can understand. If you fall in love with somebody, suddenly, even if you fall in love with one person, suddenly you will see so much of fulfillment. And you will feel everything is so rosy, flowery, green. It's because of anahata. Love has the quality to give you the feeling that whole world cares for you. Whole world mothers you. Shiva's anahata is awakened anahata. That is why even with Parvati, with Uma, he has such a deep feeling of motherly love. What Ramakrishna and Sharada Devi exhibited, that strong feeling of motherly love means awakened anahata. Tantra is consciousness centered tradition. It is not body centered, mind centered, emotion centered. It is consciousness centered tradition. Please listen intensely. The Mooladhara Chakra, symbolic conscious representation of the sex energy, is described with the 4 petals, lotus. 4-petal lotus. The one petal represents autosex, means enjoying your own body. Like even eating tasty food comes under autosex. Eating tasty food up to masturbation, whole thing falls under autosex. Enjoying your own body. The second is enjoying your own gender, same sex. Third lotus petal is enjoying the opposite gender. The fourth lotus petal is enjoying the whole cosmos, whole universe, having union with this whole universe. That's the fourth petal. Listen. Ardhanarishwara is the manifestation, represents all the 4 completion, fulfillment, the all 4 dimensions in you. When it manifests into the complete completion, you become Ardhanarishwara. Ardhanarishwara manifests in your body. I tell you. Most powerful sexual energy is radiated by the kids who are taught from young age to connect with Krishna or Muruga. Understand?
In Hindu tradition, if you are born from Vaishnavite family, in the young age itself, you will automatically pick up Krishna as your beloved if you are in the female body, if you are in the male body as a friend. Whether you are a male or female, you will develop some kind of an attachment, feeling connection with Krishna from the young age. Same way, if you are from Shaivite family, you will develop the connection with Muruga, Subramanya. The kids, male or female, who develop this kind of a fantasy-centric, I'm using the word fantasy-centric, which is very low and in a way even not completely expressing what I want to express, but the English has only the fantasy word. I can say that visually having union with Krishna or Muruga, even intimate friendship, I have seen the kids growing up in a very traditional background, how they automatically assume, if you are from Vaishnavite family, automatically the kids assume that Krishna is your beloved or your friend. If you are from Shaivite family, Muruga is your beloved or friend. That is the way flowering of the first dimension of the auto sex happens. Understand? People many times ask this question: is masturbation right? Paramashiva answers this question in Tantra. In masturbation, you don't accumulate new muscle memory, but you accumulate biomemory. So, who you remember, with whom you connect, fantasize, imagine, visualize, and have enter into the masturbation act, you receive that person's biomemory. Listen carefully. The act masturbation itself is not looked from the prism of right or wrong in Tantra. It is looked at profit loss. If you connect with the higher conscious beings, even masturbation, you receive their biomemory. See, when you enter into a physical sexual act, you receive muscle memory, bioenergy, all the three from the other person. You should know even male receive from female and female also receives from male. It is give and take. That is why if you have multiple partners, especially who are lower than your consciousness, you may have pleasure but not peace. You may have pleasure but not peace because the exchange of muscle memory, bioenergy complicates and makes the inner space mess. In masturbation act, you don't receive muscle memory, but you receive biomemory. So with whom you visualize matters. That decides whether you are consciousness is going to raise to the cosmic union, or the consciousness is going to go down to a more lower existence, lower level existence. See, life is all about profit loss calculation, not right wrong dictations. Listen, Tantra does not look at life as vidhi nisheda. It looks at life as profit and loss. It just tells you what can profit you and what can bring loss, and leaves the decision to you. Same pattern leads to same disease in all persons. It's a very standard. I can give you like a diagnosis method itself. At least there are absolutely truth, 100% truth, no exemption. That kind of a clear description, the Hindu Materia Medica and the Hindu diagnosis method describes at least 400 pattern, 400 diseases. Very 100% sure this pattern leads to this disease in all persons, all 100% of the human beings. It doesn't change like that. There are 400 descriptions in Hindu diagnosis method. The original book is in Sanskrit and I have Tamil and English, both translations. Major patterns, OCD, and the disease it leads to is same in all human beings. It's actually the DNA of Mars. It's called, in English I don't know the word, in Tamil we call it Pavaram. Pavaram, in English coral. I think English it's called coral. Pure coral, CORAL. It is a DNA of Mangala Graha. The Mangala is called Mars in English. In Sanskrit we call him Mangala, and Angaraga. He is so big. He converts everything into Mangala, auspiciousness. He makes everything into auspicious. So during specific initiations, actually I am going to initiate all of you into this Mangalatva, auspicious now, auspicious energy, auspiciousness. That's why I am wearing the coral, Mangala. I am going to give you the 54 Matrukakshara initiation bringing the Paramashiva's DNA through the planets and 54 sounds. Actually 56. 54 is known to human beings. Only for Devatas, the other two is known. So 56 sounds. We call it Matruka, Akshara Matruka. Going to use the 54 sound energy. I can say that 56 2, which is known to Devatas, also is going to be used. 56 sound energy and auspiciousness, life positivity. You will all feel intensely, romantically and sexually active and alive now, because all auspiciousness, body experiences as romance and intense sexual energy. The whole body will feel that intense auspiciousness with this initiation. Whole life will feel very romantic and pleasant, and that bliss body, your bliss body will start manifesting. Many of you, when you are about to get the result of your hard work, you just break the whole thing. You know that 99% of the work is done. Within next 2 days or 3 days, the 100% is going to be done. It's like you are going to sign the deal. It may be buying a house or marriage or some relationship or some business success or some relationship with your team, or even things related to your family or team or teamily, sometimes even your relationship with me. You know you are in the last leg and you purposely break it. In Tamil we have a proverb, வெண்ண திரண்டு வரும்போது தாழியை உடைக்கிறது. Means you churn the butter. You know the butter has come. Before you collect that butter, you break the pot. You knowingly do it. Many times you know. It is about to happen, but you break. How many of you understand you have that pattern? It's like a compulsive behavior. When your Mooladhara, root center, tastes Paramashiva, you feel in your muscle memory orgasm, in your biomemory extreme romance, in your bioenergy high Kundalini Shakti. There are 56 primordial Moola Shabda. Moola Shabda means primordial sound, which is the foundation of Panini and the whole Sanskrit grammar. Listen. Mangala, life positivity, always enters into you as a romance and cosmic orgasm, as a sex energy. That's why I am wearing the pearl, DNA of moon, Chandra, and coral, DNA of Mangala, Mars. I'll bring Paramashiva's DNA through the planets, put it inside your Muladhara chakra. It will do so much auspiciousness. I tell you, first it will break that self-sabotaging pattern. How the compulsive behavior of breaking your own life when things are exactly on 99th%. You will do everything. The 100%, that last is going to happen. Tomorrow you are going to sign and today you will break it. Knowingly. That self-sabotaging pattern gets removed when Mangala, the Mars energy, manifests in you. Mars energy manifests in you when Paramashiva's DNA is put in your root chakra, Muladhara chakra. Which planet does self-sabotaging? Rahu does it. Rahu is the reason for that. If you worship Rahu, you will bless and you will tell, okay, I will not do that for you. You enjoy Guru and Shukra. Paramashiva beautifully says, in Kriya, in Puja, there is a special ritual called making yourself Divya Sariri. You invoke every part with the sacred syllable of Paramashiva's name. Paramashiva sits on the throne made out of 54 mantra. Not 52, 54. 52 akshara, one spelled but doesn't have a script. Another one can neither be spelled nor written. So totally 54 akshara. He sits on the throne which is made of these 54 aksharas. And listen carefully. When you invoke those aksharas in the various parts of your body, with the declaration, this part of the body, let it manifest Paramashiva and His glory, His state, space, powers and being and powerful cognitions. That part becomes Divya Sarira. If you do not feel pain during the multiple compound fracture, be guaranteed your body will not stink or rot or degrade when you leave the body. It will only be Jiva Samadhi. There will not be ordinary death. The body will not have any decay. Yoga Sarira doesn't decay. You become Divya Sarira. Let me introduce the science, this process, now which we are going to do. The exact 16 sounds which awakens these same lines into your brain, in your cognition, which makes that 42 powers awakened. I'm going to use those 16 sounds and literally program your biomemory and muscle memory with those 16 sounds. See, all this, the traditional dress, ashram dress, it is all directly helping you to support the process. So, the weight of the clothes should sit only on the left shoulder. It should not sit on the right shoulder. If it sits on the right shoulder, body heat will increase tremendously. Your lungs will feel suffocated. If it sits on the left shoulder, only then lungs won't feel suffocated. It will constantly keep itself cool. And especially that Vaishnavite structure of worshipping and all that is completely that. You see, Vishnu, because he's in the Milky Ocean and everything related to Vishnu will be cool. So that's why Tulasi, not to catch cold. Shiva, the whole thing is cool, that the Kailasa, everything. But he himself is a very high active heat. That's why Baal to cool it. Baal will cool. The whole thing is related to this. See, now let me restrict myself only to this process. Let me not get into the whole thing. I am not expecting any cooperation from your mind. So you do not need to presume you need to be very silent, peaceful, meditating. You don't have to presume any of that. You don't have to imagine any of that. I am making it very clear. I am not expecting any cooperation from your mind. I am only expecting cooperation from your body. Means sit holding the yantra, don't scratch yourself, don't hurt yourself, like that housekeeping kind of level. That level cooperation only I am expecting from you. Nothing more than that. If at all I expect any cooperation, it is all just simple housekeeping level, which you can physically do, which you can do it using your body. Nothing else is required. So you do not have to have any stress. I free you from all psychological demand. No psychological demand. And just be free. You are going to be spending some time sitting, like when you spend time rarely seeing the sunset, or sitting in your rose garden, or just sitting with the books, not even reading, seeing pictures. Now that is one of my hobby. I have beautiful photographic books of all the temples. Lot of temples, pictorial books. I'll be sitting and watching all those temples. So how you casually spend? I tell you, if you have your own library and your own garden, you have everything you need. The garden which you love, where you spend time, and the library which you love, where you spend time. So how you spend time there? Like that, just sit. You don't have to plan. And if you are tensed, okay, be tensed. If you are relaxed, okay, be relaxed. I am not expecting any psychological cooperation from you. And you don't have to presume that you are supposed to be in any specific way. When I am chanting those 16 syllables, you may feel the shooting pains in the body, which will be getting released. It's like the hot flash kind of a thing. But it will not give you any suffering. Don't worry. Don't be afraid. If you are having knee pains, suddenly you will see in the knee hot flash kind of a thing. A kind of a needle entering or that kind of feelings, but it will disappear immediately. These 16 sounds, they are not even a described syllable. Please understand, it is not like a A, B. It is not like a defined separate letters. It will be like a. So it may be sometimes like a mixture of A and E off. So it is a 16 sound, not 16 syllable actually. That's the truth. It's a 16 sound, not 16 syllable. So those sounds I am going to use very intensely. Those 16 sounds form the basis of your cognition. Listen. Your cognition of love, joy, insecurity, bliss, fear, good, bad, right, wrong, all that starts in your cognition. You see that all the things you cognize get triggered in your cognition with these 16 sounds. For example, anything you experience in your life, good, bad, world, large, small, anything, it has to get triggered in your cognition, in your inner space. It should get triggered. For example, the moment that I utter the sound tiger, immediately some kind of a fear, mixed fear with insecurity, those all that gets triggered the moment that form is triggered by this sound. So everything in your life gets triggered in your inner space only from this 16 sound. The mixture of this 16 sound is the source of all cognition in your life. All of you are able to understand what I am saying? So, I may be just cutting into many of your pains, pleasures, good, bad, right, wrong, into many of those things. Number one, Brahma Dhyanam means being in that ultimate Parabrahma, Paramashiva, Parandama, which is the ultimate, Paramam, Paramatma, Paramashakti, all these words you can use. That Paramam, ultimate. Being in that Paramam, that is called Brahmadhyanam. Brahma Aksharam, the syllable which puts you in that space. Mahaksharam, Brahma Aksharam. That Brahma Aksharam is this 3 dot. You can see in my own Guru's handwriting, Brahmadhyanam, that word in Tamil it is written, and 3 dot. That 3 dot is the Brahma Akshara, ultimate mantra, which puts you in Samadhi immediately. And now I will give you precise cognition. This 3 dot means, understand, there is something in you which you don't need to remember. It is there 24 hours. When you are waking state, when you are in dream state, when you are in deep sleep state, it is there. Even during deep sleep, it is there. That is why after sleep, when you come out, you say, I slept so well. So it is there. You don't need to remember it. And you can't forget it. It is there. Which you don't need to remember, which you can't forget, and that only remembers everything. These 3 qualities put together, there is something in you. That is Arunachala. That is Paramatma. That is Paramashiva. That is Parabrahma. That is Parandama. That is Paramashakti. That is Paramaguru. And that is Paramatma. Listen. Listen to this 3 statement. This 3 only you need to remember. Which is there in me, which I don't need to remember. which I cannot forget, even if I want. That only remembers everything, which is there in all of us always. How many of you are able to understand? With how many of you it clicks? Yes? Yes? Raise your hand. If it clicks with you, raise your hand. This is exactly Arunachala. Remember that which cannot be remembered, cannot be forgotten, that only remembers everything. That is what is cognition. That is what is cognition. It is not faith. It is not belief. It is not idea. It just clicks. Sit and try to understand this. Yes, there is something in me. I don't need to remember. And I can't forget. And that only remembers me. Remembers everything. That is what is Arunachala. That is what is Paramatman. That is what is Parabrahman. That is what is Paramashiva. That is what is Parampurul. That is what is Paramashakti. That is what is Parabrahma, Parandama, Paramashiva, Paramashakti, Paramatma, Paramaguru. Sitting in that is Nirvikalpa Samadhi, Brahma Dhyanam. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahavagya puts me in Samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for Samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 I have also implanted the Bija mantras, all the 54 sounds. Some of the Sanskrit scholars may think, oh, it's only 51, some 52. What does he mean by 54? Please understand. Many people think Sanskrit has only 51 akshara. Some say, no, it is 52. But I tell you, 54. There are 54 bijas, powerful seed syllables. I have embedded them into this Mahavagya and has manifested the various versions of Mahavagya, which I will be sharing with all of you in further satsangs, like Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, when the Devi Bija, Parashakti Bija is embedded, Om Hreem Nithyananda Paramashivoham. When Ganapati Bija is embedded, Om Gham Nithyananda Paramashivoham. So with each Bija mantra, this Mahavagya can manifest various different powers intensely, immediately, just with the Mahapranava, Om. It can manifest everything with the specific bijas. It can manifest those specific manifestations immediately. So sannyasa, purifying everything. Actually exactly that nya dhatu means flowing with the cosmos. Nyaya. So from that dhatu only that nyasa evolves. Flowing with the cosmic Shakti is nyasa. Nya means then from that only the jnana dhatu and the nyaya. The whole thing evolves from that. Flowing with the ultimate. Now let me talk about this connection between integrity and sound. Matruka. See, the sounds you constantly create decides your existence. Deha means in which you feel your astitva is deha. It is not that you always feel your existence in this deha. While you are in the dream, in which body you feel your existence? That is your deha. In my case, I always feel my existence in my divinity. That is why it is Divya Deha. Divya Deha, constantly staying in this Deha, makes this as Divya Deha. So your existence is the words you use within you. Now, teaching you to use powerful words within you is integrity. When I am teaching you to use powerful words within you, I am stopping all the pollution of Ganga. When I am installing these mantras into your body, I am just sending a heavy rain and flushing the whole Ganga of the past pollutions. Clear? When you think with the Agama software, anything you think will go on becoming reality because the Ashtakanma Shaktis will start manifesting in you. Actually, today I gave a thorough compilation. Start as Vedanti, grow as Shaivagami, conclude as Shaktagami. I'll now intensely initiate all of you and infuse Paramashiva Shakti, the Devi energy, powerful feminine energy. Listen to this 5 initiation. 1. Life is all about Shakti, power, energy. poor, mediocre, cheap, ignorant human beings think life is all about good and bad, right and wrong. But only elite, royal, enlightened, great beings know life is all about Shakti, power, energy, not about good, bad, right, wrong. I am not saying you should be bad, but I am making it very clear. Cosmos functions based on energy, Shakti. So if you want anything, it can be only from Shakti, power, energy. If you know how to receive and infuse that energy into your sankalpas, your vision, your desire, your want, your need, you will simply manifest it. Mediocre minds, mediocre people, ignorant people think life is all about good and bad, right and wrong. The whole equation, right and wrong, good and bad, the whole idea, good and bad, right and wrong, and all the conclusions you come to based on good and bad, right and wrong, the whole thing is false, shit. Use any word you want after this. You can use all these words, faltu, false, feku, shit, whatever words you want. Be very clear. Life is all about Shakti or no Shakti, not good or bad. Neither you get something because you are good, nor you lose something you are bad. What you want, you achieve when you manifest Shakti. You lose when you don't manifest Shakti. Understand, I am giving you the royal principle of cosmos, royal principle of life. First truth, first initiation. Life is all about Shakti. Second initiation. You have the possibility to manifest Supreme Shakti. Supreme Shakti has put her own seed inside you. You can simply mirror that Supreme Shakti and manifest it. This is the second initiation. Third, when that Supreme Shakti manifests, your values of good and bad, right and wrong will have cosmic maturity. Listen. Cosmic maturity will be infused into your good and bad, right and wrong. You may think giving a piece of burger to a poor man is good, but cosmically killing an animal and taking the meat out of that animal for food is wrong. So what you think as good, cosmically will be wrong. You will have this maturity only when Shakti is infused in you. The animal whose system cannot digest vegan food if he or she takes, like a lion eats the flesh of the another animal. It is not sin. But the body which can digest vegan food, if you have that body and still you are killing some other animal for the flesh for you to eat, it's wrong. You may think giving a burger is a great good deed. No. Cosmically it is wrong. Your good and bad will have maturity only when Shakti is infused in your system. So understand, life is all about Shakti, energy, power, not about good, bad, right, wrong, as you understand. So when you infuse energy in you, you will have the matured, cosmically matured, good, bad, right, wrong, clarity, knowledge, buddhi, intelligence. Fourth initiation. This cosmic power, Shakti, is a mother from which you are flowering. So she is easily available the moment you ask her to manifest in you. So call her, tell her, these are all the things I want. Please start manifesting you in me. That's all. This is the fourth initiation. Fifth, with the grace of Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti, now Paramashiva Shakti will be manifesting. Type whatever prayer you want to ask from Paramashiva Shakti. Whatever you want to talk to her, you can type as a direct message. Now Paramashiva Shakti, with the grace of Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti, Paramashiva Shakti will manifest now. Om, 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 Om.
Nityanandam, we welcome all the participants, every one of you that are here with us. Today is a very, very special day. Through the day today, we have touched upon one of the most important, one of the most powerful truths from Hinduism. The revelations on 11 genders, gender detoxification, and gender identification. Today, the day being Bhagavan Ardhanarishwara Murti, the very form of Paramashiva, who gives the ultimate Paramashiva Sayujya to Devi Parashakti, gives his own half, like represents the ultimate truth to the world that Paramashiva Shakti, Jagat Janani, and Paramashiva are one and the same. One part of Paramashiva is Devi, one part of Devi is Paramashiva. This principle is represented through the Ardhanarishwara Murti form of Paramashiva. Today, all of us are going to be receiving the darshan. We are going to be having the live darshan of Bhagavan Ardhanarishwara form of Paramashiva and Swamiji as the embodiment of Parameshwari, Parashakti, Jagat Janani, Devi herself, the divine cosmic mother. Swamiji is going to be accepting the very, very special Sri Vidya Navavarana Puja. And already we have a lot of you people from across the globe are offering this today. So many people are there offering this auspicious ritual today. And Swamiji himself is going to be accepting this offering. And Swamiji is going to be gracing us all in a very, very, very powerful live darshan starting in just a few more moments. I request you all to quickly gather and settle down. If you want to inform your friends or Sangha members, anyone, your near and dear ones whom you want to invite so that they don't miss out on the darshan, take a moment and please do so. And I request all the participants that are here, to every one of you, today's initiation is something that is very, very important. We are going to be having a very powerful process. We all listen to the session now, right? Where Swamiji revealed to us all about the Akshara Matrika. Using the 56 sacred sound syllables, Swamiji will be infusing Paramashiva's DNA into our root center, into our Mooladhara chakra. And now each one of us that are experiencing here for the darshan, waiting to experience the initiation, we're all going to be having an amazing super conscious alchemy that's happening within each of us. Okay, Shri Nithya Bhuteshwaranandaya, if you are here, please do let us know. Shri Bhuteshwaraya, I see your question, and please let me know if you're tuned in, because I would like to answer your question. See, you have posted a question a few times. Shri Nithya Bhuteshwaranandaya, let me know if you're here. Yes, all the other participants, can I request all of you please kindly come on camera and settle down? Very shortly, we are going to be entering into the darshan. Nithyanandam, Marimuttoya, Kunyushan, Peter Wajda, Nithyanandam, and Surya Kumaraya Nithyanandam. Please kindly come on camera and settle down. Ganesh Ramaya, you have posted about how the true gender is our conviction and not just a physical gender. Swamiji revealed a very important fact about that. See, it's beyond our conviction. The experience you have about you at 4 different levels makes up your gender. Physically, it is not your conviction. It is how you experience as you, your understanding. That is why Swamiji says, gender is not rigid, gender is not solid, gender is dynamic. Because your experience about you keeps evolving through your life. As you keep growing, as you keep maturing, your experience, what you experience is you keep evolving. The way you experience as you, the frequency in which you experience as you, based on that, you identify yourself with a particular gender. And this gender, what we cognize, we feel and perceive as us, is in multiple levels. It's not just how you feel in one level, because the physical component also matters. How you exist and feel as you physically how you exist, feel as you, cognize as you, physiologically, psychologically, and consciously. In all the four levels, how you are matters. Whether are you active or are you passive? When we say gender, we have a very limited perception and understanding. Actually, I know many of us would even be very conservative. We think like, no, 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 I don't want to even get into that subject. I'm cool with who I am. Understand, that's a very superficial level of understanding. The gender as what Swamiji has revealed that today we all listen to is something far more deeper. This very subject is way more deeper than what we normally understand as gender, gender identity. It is about how we exist, how complete we are within ourselves. Many times, actually, when we do the scanning, right, body scanning, scanning through the third eye, I have seen for some people, like Swamiji revealed in my third eye, like for some people, like the way blockage. I remember scanning a person, his whole blockage was that he's not able to express his creativity from an incident in childhood where he was, because he was trying to go and dress up like a woman, like a girl when he was a small kid. And that, how it psychologically affected him when everybody around him stopped him. He even went to the extent of stopping expressing his very creativity, which was stopping him in manifesting wealth. And understand, today's darshan is extremely important because Swamiji is going to be healing one of the most core part of us, one of the most sensitive part of us, which unfortunately even many of us are not aware. There are so many wounds that gets created inside of us because of the various notions and misconceptions that we carry about gender, gender identity, and the comfortability or the completion that we have. See, even the understanding of feminism, even the understanding of the having the equal rights as men or whatever, all of these are extremely, it's in currently in a level which is not directly addressing the conscious need. It is, Swamiji has so beautifully revealed the science. Today, all the Paramashivoham Level 3 participants, all of you learnt about this. And Bhuteshwaraya, this is an answer to your question as well. Sorry, Srinitya Bhuteshwaranandaya, Nithyananda, I see you now. So I see your question, you've posted it quite a few times. You're asking, what are these 11 genders? Are they the permutation and combination of the 4 layers of identities mentioned? Yes, the 11 genders are the permutation combination of all the 4 levels. How you cognize yourself, exist, feel about you, physically, physiologically, psychologically, and consciously. The conscious will in your core. Are you cool, Paramashanta, or are you being energetic, Shakti? All these matter. Swamiji is explaining in the last video we were watching, where Swamiji is explaining this very beautifully. How for men, the right proportion of the right way to exist should be in each of these levels so that you can experience your ultimate through that. See, it is not there is something right, there is something wrong in each level of your existence, but you experiencing tremendous completion with who you are really. This will not make us suddenly become some other gender, start behaving in a different way. No, it will actually bring a lot of consciousness into our own self, where tremendous grace will start oozing out of us. Actually, that is why if you're around Swamiji, right, you will never be able to see Swamiji as one particular identity, let alone gender, not even one solid identity. If you see Swamiji will sometimes be like the ultimate mother, like when Swamiji gives the darshan of Devi, or even normally just some darshan, Swamiji will radiate intense motherliness. Sometimes you will feel Swamiji is like a very sweet, intimate friend. You can just go and tell anything. Sometimes you'll feel like Swamiji is like your father. He'll just like, he'll make sure he'll align you. And sometimes you'll just feel like he's a very loving, a sweet companion.
So many bhavas we experience. It is because Swamiji, of course, as Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, Swamiji is beyond any gender, any identity, any form, any kind of a frame that we fit in. And ultimately, for each of us also, it is the same. It is the same truth. We are all not confined to any one particular gender. Our existence, that ultimate pure consciousness, is beyond all of this. But from our young age, even colors are, even colors are made to be of a certain gender. Even everything is stereotyped. Whether you pick pink or blue, or whether the type of, if you're having a certain kind of a behavior, it is, you are like behaving like a boy or man. If you're having a certain kind of behavior, you're behaving like a girl or a woman. And all of these notions, this is what Swamiji addresses as the gender toxification. Detoxing from these wrong ideas of gender. See, there's nothing called right gender or wrong gender. There is no gender which is saying right or wrong. Bhuteshwaraya, this is an answer to your question. Each of the genders, how you express, the level of consciousness that you are in, what space you are in, and how you experience yourself at the physical level, how you experience yourself at the physiological level, how you experience yourself at the psychological level, and ultimately, what is your conscious will? In all these four stages, how you experience you, the frequency, the state in which you experience you, that makes your gender. And that is why gender is not solid, it is not rigid. Gender is dynamic. As you go on from a young age, as you go on, you develop all these different cognitions and you explore, you understand about yourself further, and ultimately it will lead you to the understanding that in all the levels you're beyond the gender. That's why Swamiji says, body is a clothing to your being and gender is a clothing to your body. So gender is only a clothing that your body wears, and that is also dynamic. It is not rigid, it's not solid. And you will understand, see, when you sit and decide to go for intense completion, that's why today we all did, especially the Paramashivoham Level 3 participants, we all went through very powerful completions. First, we did an intense completion on all the misconceptions, the concepts, the understandings we have about gender and sexuality, the kind of cognitions, incompletions, limited beliefs that we carry. So first we detoxed ourselves from that. We completed that. Then the way how we relate with our own body or another person's body. What are the kind of incidents or the cognitions, how we were holding them. We completed that. Then Swamiji revealed to us in depth, so beautifully, about the existence of this loving genders and what is gender. First, how should one start identifying who they are? How should we start relating with ourselves? Swamiji completely detoxed all our misconceptions and misbeliefs and the way how we have been suffocating ourselves, and Swamiji helped us to come out of it, empowering us with such powerful cognitions and revelations. Then we spent time in understanding and analyzing how we exist in these four levels: physically, physiologically, psychologically, and consciously. Now it's just a mere decision to align yourself. See, just this alignment, actually, when you start cognizing, okay, how am I physically, physiologically, psychologically? Swamiji said, right? Physically, you should be active, like for a man. Physically, you should be very active. Physiologically, passive. Psychologically, active. And consciously, you should be cool. Paramashanta Swarupa of Paramashiva. For women, it should be the other way around. Physically passive, physiologically active. And Swamiji explained to us how the Hindu goddesses are. The Hindu goddesses, you'll see almost every Hindu goddess is represented as a warrior. Our goddesses, our great women are all warriors. Even Devi Sita, she's a warrior. She's known for being a warrior. the very cognitions we carry will start transforming more and more, because you will start focusing on how to be established more and more in the space of this Paramashanta Swarupa, experiencing the tremendous completion. In multiple levels, this will help you bring that alignment inside of you. You will become such a beautiful, stable being and radiate that grace. So I hope this explanation helped. And please do ask us if any of you have any questions. Feel free to post it here. And you can also post it on the Facebook in the Paramashivoham Facebook group. If any of you are not, your question has not been seen by us, I request you to please take a moment and post it in the Facebook group so that none of your messages get missed. And today, all of us are having this most powerful darshan of the Vishwarupa darshan of Sri Rajarajeshwari. As we all know, we are having the Rajarajeshwari Brahmotsavam that's happening. This is a Brahmotsavam, 10 days, that celebrates Devi Parashakti in her cosmic form as Rajarajeshwari. Today, we are all going to be having the darshan of Devi Parashakti manifesting in a frequency that all of us can access. This is very, very special because today you can all connect to the divine cosmic mother. You can literally connect, like Swamiji will say, Devi is too sweet. Even for Paramashiva, if you pray, he will come to you. But for Devi, even if you act like you're praying to her, she will run and come to you. That is the love of the cosmic mother. Today, to everyone that are here, we are all going to be receiving the darshan of that ultimate cosmic mother. Vishwarupa darshan of Rajarajeshwari, a very powerful darshan of Devi Parashakti, Paramashiva Shakti, Parashodasi, who is going to be sitting eternally in her blissful form, initiating all of us with the ultimate initiation. Everyone that each of you that are sitting here today, in preparation for the darshan, I request all of you to bring the Atmalinga and keep it with you. Please bring your Atmalinga. If you all have Jnananjana or any alchemy product, energized kumkum, Jnananjana, please put it on your third eye. Can I request every one of you to settle down with that? Please take a few minutes, gather these items and settle down. Whether if you have Bhasma, if you have Jnananjana, please apply that and settle down. I request everyone to gather and settle down. Okay, yes. Ma, you can bring even mandalas. That's right. Participants, all those who are asking if there's anything you have to bring in particular, all the energized alchemy products, whatever you have received, please bring all of them. Whether you have received the mandala, whether you have received the Atmalinga, bring all of the products and please settle down. All the Paramashivoham Level 1 participants, I request all of you to be seated. And regarding the 11 genders, all of you will be learning more about 11 genders in depth in Paramashivoham Level 3. Ma Maluhya Mauna, Ma Vani Goyal, I request all of you to please settle down. Please make sure you're all seated and ready for the darshan. Just very shortly, we're all going to be receiving the darshan of Devi Parashakti. We're going to be receiving the darshan of Parameshwari, Cosmic Mother, Rajarajeshwari. And I request every one of you to apply the Jnananjana on your third eye. If you have Bhasma, please put the Bhasma, bring your Atmalinga. And if you have alchemy products, please bring your alchemy products and settle down. Please sit straight. And today, through the initiation, today the participants of Paramashivoham Level 2, you're all going to be receiving the Parashodasi initiation, Shodasi initiation. Shodasi initiation is a very, very special initiation process where Swamiji will be awakening using the sacred syllables, the Shodasi, using the frequency, sound, vibration, and Bindu. Swamiji is going to be awakening each of us to that cosmic space. Swamiji says literally Parashodasi, the space is the ultimate highest frequency in which one can exist in. Similarly, Paramashivoham Level 3 participants are going to be receiving the advanced initiation, which is the 56 Akshara Matrikas. Using the sacred sound syllables, Swamiji will be awakening, infusing Paramashiva's DNA directly into you. All these Akshara Matrikas are called Akshara Matrikas because they're living deities. They are embodiment of the cosmic feminine energy. Swamiji will be using these sacred syllables, which are directly embodying Parashakti, to awaken the ultimate in us, to awaken the ultimate experience of Paramashiva in us. I request all of you to please settle down, and if any of you have any of your friends, your family members, your Sangha friends, that take a minute to quickly call and check and make sure that they're all here. This is a very special darshan because this marks the occasion of the Rajarajeshwari Brahmotsavam, and we are receiving the blessings and darshan on this very day. Ma Maluhya Mauna, Ma Grace, and Ma Mutao Wang, Ma Iqbal Banu, I request all of you to please settle down. Please come in front of the camera. I request all the participants to please come in front of the camera and settle down. For the darshan, it is important that we're all in the camera. Now, let us all get ready to receive the darshan of Devi Parashakti, Rajarajeshwari, who is going to be manifesting today. Today will be receiving the darshan also of Ardhanarishwara, the form of Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti, where they are in that cosmic oneness, the ultimate, representing the ultimate truth that everything is Paramashiva.
Actually, Devi Rajarajeshwari is this ultimate form of Parashakti, where even Paramashiva merges with Parashakti and both of them radiate intensely. That is why Swamiji has revealed how in any Rajarajeshwari temple, you will never find separate deity of Paramashiva. In Dakshinamurti temples, you will not find separate Sannidhi for Devi. Same way, you will not find a separate Sannidhi for Paramashiva and Rajarajeshwari temple because both of them radiate in one form as the ultimate divine feminine consciousness, where Paramashiva also merges with Parashakti and radiate in intense oneness, is Devi Rajarajeshwari. And it is her very cosmic darshan that all of us are going to be having today.
And actually, Hinduism, right, is one of the most beautiful tradition in which the cosmic mother, if you see in Hinduism, every gender, there is no, if I say Hinduism has like feminism, that's very, very bringing down the standard, the grandeur of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. That's why Swamiji says, we never fought for equality because no two genders can be equal. Each gender is uniquely celebrated. There is no the gender bias, gender stereotypes, no such things existed in Hinduism. Because Hinduism, by its very way of existence, was one of the most advanced civilizations that existed. Hinduism, the way we were, whether it is about how we treated the women, how the genders were revered and respected, each of them was celebrated. Each of them were unique. And the ultimate potential in every single person was revered. Ultimately, we were all regarded, revered, and we all existed as pure consciousness. That is why today so many, if you Google and see, there are so many myths around Hinduism, how women are not treated properly in Hinduism and all of that. But if you see at the very core, there is no religion. Even the most so-called progressive groups today are not as advanced as Hinduism was. The way we existed, the way we were celebrating, we understood that every gender ultimately is only a clothing on the body. Each one of us are embodiment of consciousness itself, and this is a truth that time and again is described in Hinduism. If you see in all our Vedas, Upanishads and Agamas, it celebrates this ultimate principle, this ultimate truth. And not just in our books, not just in our history, even if you see, sorry, not just in our books and not just in our Vedas and Agamas, even if you see the references to our history, there are so many evidence as to how progressive, how advanced we were. Today, if you see, there are so many myths, there are so many things that society teaches about how Hindu women are treated. Let's say the topic of Hindu women, how women are treated in Hinduism. There are so many things you will see if you just Google. There's the way society teaches about Hindu women. They say that women were considered impure in Hinduism. Hindus is a patriarchal society, and ancient Hindus discriminated women, and women were not allowed to study. I request every one of you to take a few minutes and post what were all the different when before meeting Swamiji. Of course, now after meeting Swamiji, for all of us, we've learned the depth of what Hinduism is. But what were the common conceptions that you had about Hinduism and how Hinduism treated genders before meeting Swamiji? Can I request every one of you to take a minute to post? What are all the different things that you've heard? Come on, I request every one of you to take a minute and post. Till you met Swamiji, what were your understandings, your cognitions about Hinduism and how women or genders in general were treated in Hinduism?
How many of you heard about this sati system being there, and like there's many myths about Hinduism, where how women are in Hinduism? What are the different myths, or like what are the different things you have heard and you felt like, oh my god, why is it so in Hinduism? Take a few minutes and please post.
I request all of you to post it. Okay, Ma Shantafields is posting how she heard about how Hindu women had to be more submissive. They were not allowed education. Okay, there's so many of you who are posting different things.
So before that, I just wanted to answer Surya Kumar Ayya's question. This was related to the session we had regarding the 11 genders. Surya Kumar Ayya is asking to explain how, in the physiological level, male being passive helps the gender. So Swamiji explained, in physiological level, for especially for men, it is usually at extremes. So when you are physiologically aggressive, then you may end up becoming like it'll lead you to have like high BP or high cholesterol, like things. It'll just take you to the extreme where you'll have hypertension. But in the physiological level, if you bring a lot of passiveness, it will help your body to be more balanced. Whereas for women, the way how the women's body and the way how women are wired, then physiologically women become active, like becoming like warriors or being active. That will help women to literally burn fat, and it will help their physiology to be more balanced. So Surya Kumar, I think you were not there in that session. So he explained so amazingly. I really, really recommend that you attend the full day's session of this particular day, where the 11 genders and the gender identity and what is our real gender, diagnosing your gender is being taught. So which is going to be available in the next season also. We have a very special video of Swamiji, where Swamiji is revealing this subject in quite detail. Is available, so make sure you're attending the session.
Nithyananda. Sorry for the technical glitch, and I hope all of you are able to see us and hear us better now. Now, as each of you have posted there, I see so many of you have posted all the type of cognitions, the kind of things that you heard of how women were treated in Hinduism, or in common about gender itself. It's not restricted to just one gender. Like Swamiji revealed to all of us today, in Hinduism, the concept of feminism was not even required because each human being were celebrated as a manifestation of consciousness, and each gender was unique. There was no concept of equality. The concept of equality will only impose violence. You cannot make someone physiologically the same as another person. You cannot create a template for what something should be like.
The cerebral opportunities being equal is not called as gender equality. This word, very terminology, gender equality itself is actually not based on non-violence. Actually, it will create a lot of violence because you cannot force people into certain templates, certain ways, saying this is what is called as equality. In Sanatana Hindu Dharma, this terminology, gender equality, does not exist because each one is infinitely, uniquely powerful. Actually, if you see our Hindu Puranas, right, it is so beautiful. Like today, the darshan that we are having, this is a very beautiful story. Rajarajeshwari Brahmotsavam is going on, and today is day 12. And today, actually, Rajarajeshwari gives a Vishwarupa darshan, Devi Parashakti. On this day, Devi Paramashiva Shakti, she came to earth to defeat the demon called Bhandasura. And she's so beautifully, there's a whole battle that is described in the Puranas very elaborately. And the whole battle, the battle between Devi Paramashiva Shakti and Bhandasura is detailedly recorded in the Lalitopakhya of the Brahmanda Purana. This is a very elaborate, a beautiful, like a battle. Devi herself comes and fights with the demon, and she destroys the evil and restores that enlightenment, restores the ultimate enlightened civilization back. And here, Devi actually comes as a small girl, appearing as a small girl. Devi astonished all the gods because she wins over the powerful demon who defeated all the gods. And out of compassion, Devi Paramashiva Shakti reveals her true form as Rajarajeshwari, as she gives her Vishwarupa darshan. And today, all of us on this very auspicious day, we are all going to be having the darshan of the cosmic form of Devi Parashakti. And every one of you today sitting here, we are all completely really blessed that we are going to be having this darshan today. The way how Swamiji is manifesting today as the ultimate cosmic mother, showering all of us with that ultimate enlightenment, ultimate bliss, the best of the best. So all the prayers, whatever you post during the darshan today, directly Devi herself will be manifesting and blessing each of us. And I also just wanted to read out one message that Sri Nitya has posted. I'm just going to be reading it out. As a medical doctor, I thought gender is only binary. Recently, Swamiji gave me the experience of Ardhanarishwara. I had sexual fulfillment by own body, experiencing masculine and feminine consciousness within me. And amazing thing is, just recently I started working with the LGBTQ community in my university of Kent, UK. And today's session will definitely complete many beings through this body. I'm feeling very blessed. Thank you so much for sharing that so beautifully, Aya. Actually, I highly recommend that you also invite them to be part of this Paramashivoham session, specifically this particular day, where we are working on this gender identity, given that in this modern era, this has become a major issue. Actually, in 2013 itself, Swamiji said, in one satsang, Swamiji said that it just within 10 years, this more than choosing your own country, choosing your own language, choosing your own religion. Beyond all of that, people's main thing will start turning to choosing their own gender, and the gender confusion, the gender identity crisis will shoot up. And that's exactly what we are seeing today happening now. Lot of awareness is also coming. At the same time, too much of violence is happening because the society is not mature enough. They do not have the right powerful cognitions about the gender identity, what is gender, etc. And only when you have the experience, only when an ultimate enlightened consciousness and incarnation comes and infuses that consciousness into you, you experience fulfillment. Neither one gender is great nor another gender is less. There's nothing like that. There's nothing good or bad, right or wrong about genders. But ultimately, getting caught in gender itself, any restriction that gender can give on you is only an incompletion. And only an avatar out of his ultimate compassion comes and infuses that right experience of you in you, of us in us, awakening us to a true state of existence. So now coming back to this question, so many of you posted the various different myths, let's say, the different ideas that you had about Hinduism, how genders were treated in Hinduism. And one thing many of you predominantly posted was how Hinduism does not allow women to have education. Hinduism does not allow women to study, read, write. Now let us do a basic fact check. Really, were women not allowed to have education in Hinduism? Well, we will show you some evidence that is that has stood the test of time for the last centuries together. The sculpture in the image shown below is called the Shasana Sundari, which is a woman writing a letter in the Jalasangi village temple. This temple belongs to the Kalyani Chalukyas, and they ruled thousands of years back in Karnataka. At that time, the rule was purely only Hindu principles, which means we did not have the Mughal invasion or the British invasion. We did not have any of these, and it was still pure. We still had that region in particular still had the only governed by Hindu principles. So here you can see multiple sculptures. These pictures here shows the Shankarilinga village in Nimbal in Karnataka, along with temples in Koravali in Maharashtra, Belagavi, Karnataka. And these temples date back to the 6th and 12th centuries. There are so many carvings like this, which clearly show an evidence of how ancient women were having the knowledge to read and to write. Ancient women, Hindu women, were having the knowledge to read and write. Not just that, they had they had constantly the accessibility to education, and not just that, there were so many scientists, women leaders, and enlightened scholars who existed. And so many references are there. If we just scroll through our Puranas, if we just scroll through our Hindu history, you will see there was no concept of oppression, and there was no concept that one gender has to be submissive, another gender has to be oppressive. That did not even exist. We were an enlightened civilization. We were governed by the laws of Hinduism. We were governed by the ultimate principles from Hinduism. There were numerous Hindu women scholars who influenced to this day, whose findings, whose thought currents, whose revelations are largely being practiced and celebrated in Hinduism. Okay, so far, how many of you here hearing this for the first time and are shocked? And you're like, oh my God, all these days I really thought in Hinduism women were not educated, education for women was not given, etc., etc. You bought into this myth, and for the first time, you're realizing this are all myths. But in fact, in Hinduism, we actually had women scholars. For how many of you, this is a new concept you're learning and you're getting awakened to this truth? Please take a moment and share your thoughts here. I see so many of you posting, yes, me. Wonderful. Now, see, not just in this level. We had throughout the Hindu history, women were not just empowered in the sense of just some people being educated. We had numerous women, Hindu women scholars who influenced the world. We had so many of them, like beginning from Akka Mahadevi, a renowned enlightened being, a saint who sang so many poems on Paramashiva, who spread the knowledge of enlightenment. We had Rishi Gargi, and we had so many excellent women who were sages, Rishi Maitreyi, Rishi Gargi, and actually there's a beautiful conversation between Rishi Gargi and Rishika Gargi and Yajnavalkya Maharishi, who had a debate with Yajnavalkya Maharishi, recorded in the Ramayana, and they had it in the sacred place of Rajarishi Janaka Maharishi, and we have Devi Ahilyabai Holkar. So many references, Devi Sita. And I just wanted to also mention here, Rani Ahilyabai Holkar. She is from the recent times. And we had so many women rulers. For example, Rani Ahilyabai Holkar is a very good example for this. She was a queen ruling the whole, a huge part of the Malwa kingdom. And not just that, she was educated, even though during that time, because of the Mughal invasion, a lot of things started getting changed. She was, as being a part of the royal family, she was formally given the education. The royal education was given to her. Similarly, Devi Sita, the epitome of real, how women were treated, the ultimate way they carried themselves in Hinduism. We also have Rishika Lopamudra. Like this, there are tons of references, the enlightened beings, the kind of scholars that we had. We have so many references to them. In fact, there's a clear mention from Panini Maharishi. Panini mentioned that he had female students who studied Vedas, and Katyayana called the female teachers Upadhyayas or Upadhyayis. In addition to this, the Sundara Kanda of Ramayana also mentions how Devi Sita did Sandhya Vandanam. She had officially received the Gayatri initiation. Gayatri initiation is the first initiation that's given when Hindus receive the initiation. The first formal initiation into education is Gayatri Diksha. So the people who receive the Gayatri Diksha do the Sandhya Vandanam. And the Sundara Kanda of Ramayana clearly mentions how Devi Sita was doing Sandhya Vandanam. Like this, there are tons of references. It once again only reminds us that Hinduism did not restrict. There was no kind of restriction. And not just that, actually, this reminds me, like, see the way how Swamiji is reviving this Vedic feminism, the real Vedic feminism. Actually, this word terminology, feminism, is too polluted and loaded. The real Hindu feminism is far different. Like how Swamiji is revealing to us today, right? See, in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, we really do not have a particular concept of gender equality because the very framework, the societal structure, the framework itself was empowerment based, where everyone were empowered uniquely and infinitely so that they can manifest the ultimate potential of themselves. And not just that, we saw this reference where Devi Sita was also doing Sandhya Vandanam. Means she also had the formal Gayatri initiation done to her, and this is one of the many revivals that Swamiji is doing today. The women in Kailasa and everyone, whoever is wanting to receive initiation from Swamiji, especially all the women who have received the Vishesha Diksha, which is a Shiva Diksha level 2, we all know experientially how Swamiji is giving this possibility, giving this initiation to all of us and giving us the ability to have the Yajnopavita, ability to wear the Yajnopavita, receive the Gayatri Diksha, the initiation, and to be able to do this Gayatri mantra chanting every single day. How many of you here have received the Vishesha Diksha? You receive the gift, one of the gifts that Swamiji has given by reviving the real Vedic feminism. Actually, if you see in Hinduism, right,
during the Rigvedic period, which is easily more than 5,000 years ago, it clearly mentions how women actually enjoyed the high status in the society. Women were revered and regarded. There were a lot of there was no concept of suppression, oppression. Actually, there were two types of scholarly women: the Brahmavadinis, the women who never married and cultured the Vedas throughout their lives, and the Sadyodvahas, who studied Vedas till they got married. Like this, there are so many people. There are scientists, scholars, and Hinduism is the only religion where women have written the source scriptures. Hinduism is the only religion where women have written the source scriptures. Today, so many religions, so many people talk of equality. They blame how Hinduism is, oppressive of women. But actually, if you see facts, Hinduism is the most progressive. Hinduism celebrates. It doesn't restrict anyone based on the gender. There's no gender stereotyping in Hinduism. There are every evidence, every truth that we are sharing with you all only stands tall, singing the glory of how advanced our civilization was. And this exact societal framework, Swamiji has already revived. Today we have Swamiji, Kailasa has the largest sovereign order, the religious order, where we have a sovereign order of Kailasas Nithyananda, which is the largest of its kind, where we have all these orders, different orders, like we saw a few examples here, how a certain set of women were having the ability to learn the Vedas till they got married, and there were some who were able to completely dedicate their life itself for learning these scriptures and spreading it. Like this, we have 108 different orders, which includes the Rishis, Rishikas, Bhairavis, and Rudras, Rudrakanyas, Yogis, Yoginis, Sannyasis, Sannyasinis, and Brahmacharis, Brahmacharinis, Swamis. Like this, we have 108 sovereign orders, religious orders that Swamiji has revived, and we have it actively, where the practicing members of the sovereign order of Kailasas Nithyananda are existing now across the world, empowering more and more of Hindu diaspora. And now comes another myth that many of you had posted. One other common myth that we all hear is how Hinduism suppresses women. This is a common thing that we hear. But in the earlier times, one of the most common way of depicting the society was temples, carvings, and sculptures. Because that is where, like today we have movies, we have the social media platforms where we try to make things, last long forever. Like this, those days, they had temples, the carvings which stand to this day. And these carvings reflect the kind of a status that people had in society, the societal framework as such. And these sculptures, which date back to 200 BC to 100 AD, shows clearly how the women and men enjoyed equal status in the society, which means they were all celebrated. There was no such thing as suppression or oppression. Everyone were celebrated uniquely. And not just this, there are tons of references to women rulers. The Harappan civilization, the 8,000 years old civilization. This civilization has a reference which existed in today's Pakistan and India region. There was a seal excavated from the Harappan civilization. This famous seal from Harappa is actually depicting how a woman was fighting two tigers with the bare hand, which shows the kind of the advanced way that we all existed, how beautifully our civilization as a whole existed. So each of us ultimately today, when we receive the initiation, Swamiji is going to be awakening us beyond all of these gender, beyond all of these ideas, awakening us to the ultimate consciousness. Now, all the participants, so many of you are continuously, I was saying, many of you are posting messages saying you're learning these for the first time. Actually, we have a lot more we're going to be sharing with you in the further days. I request all the participants who feel inspired by this cause, where Swamiji is reviving the most authentic Hindu feminism and empowering women. Today in Kailasa, we have 80% of leadership
by women. If you want to support this cause, if you feel inspired and want to stand up and support this cause, take a moment. Please head to sksjp.org and please post your intention there. And you can become part of it by supporting Kailasa, by becoming a Sarvagnyapita Yajaman, through which you can really change, transform, help, be a part of this effort that Swamiji is putting to transform millions of women's lives. And to every one of you, the links are being made available to each of you in the chat. And should you all require any further assistance, please do feel free to post in the chat, and the support team will be reaching out to each of you to guide you personally wherever you have the difficulties. So please do feel free to post in the chat. And now it is time for all of us to get ready to receive the Vishwarupa Darshan of Rajarajeshwari, the divine cosmic mother, ultimate embodiment of the ultimate happening, Parashakti, Parameshwari. Let us all get ready to receive the darshan of Jagat Janani. Please sit straight.